Hello there. Psst, 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 psst. There's so many of you, what the hell? Hi, how are you guys? I just tab in real quick and I see there's so many of you already chatting. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Dominus Dane, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Back Cafe. Have a nice drink of tea or a dessert on me and enjoy your stay. Hmm. And yes, Fangy does have a very long name. And we appreciate him in this house. And hi, Pixelate Faye, how are you? And yes, Blippy, it is World Building Wednesday. I read that in the, in like a classic, like, 102.0, like, rocker radio talk host. I am the Fangy of Legends. You are the Fangy of Legends. I'm sorry you cannot stay, though, Blippy. I hope you have a good day. That means they probably didn't hear me. Ow. Alright. Y'all are talking about Trojan ads. Wait, what? Like the condoms? And Cora, hello, welcome in. I'm slowly scrolling in. And Pyrian. And Himiko! My girl. There we go, I'm all caught up. why were we discussing Trojans? Why do I have condoms on my stream? And hello, Fangy. Yes, we will be saying hello to each other in a much more official capacity here in a moment. But I just want to say hi to everybody first. How you guys doing? How are you this lovely morning? I will admit something to you. I stayed up much later than I probably should have. Because I was playing a mobile game. I found a new game. I found a new game. And it's called Egg. Just Egg. I don't know what it is with me finding mobile games that have, like... Aw, you were chatting with peeps. That's still good. Egg. Yeah, it's just called Egg. Or it's called Egg Inc. But I just call it Egg. Whenever Leon walks in and he's like, what are you doing? I'm in bed on my phone. It's midnight. And I'm like, I'm playing Egg. And he's just like, oh. Yeah, Egg. I used to play it. Yeah. You saw someone complete it. I just started. I have a lot more to go. Yeah, I just found it. Also, have a good lurk, Cora. I just found it. I'm in bed gonna get food. Nice. Get a good food, Cora. Yeah, I just started playing Egg. I will be the me that was always meant to be from Minecraft. Egg. I was nothing but Eggman in that fucking server. And I will continue to be. Every Minecraft that I ever do, like any series I ever do, I'm just gonna always get Egg. Haven't played in so long, so I don't remember how far I got. That's fair. I don't know how far you can go. I just got eggs. My cat has found his toy. Also, Cecil was being so sweet last night. Okay, so, for context, he got spooked and kind of ran across my desk and then ran across, me. And he scratched me a bit. It doesn't hurt, but it did hurt my feelings. And last night, I woke up mid... whatever. Damn it. But I woke up mid whatever I was doing, and he was literally curled up to me as hard as possible with his little paw around my neck. It was so sweet. He was hugging me. A little baby. I love him. Alrighty, so we're gonna set up here for... Nope. Wrong room. But we're going to be setting up for Fangy to come on, because it is World Building Wednesday, but today we got a little guest. Just like how I did with I've known Fangy for a good while. Never heard his voice, though. I see. Yeah, this is a first for me, too. I have never heard their voice. My cat is, doing something. He's stirring his paw over there. Give me that. There we go. Zombie Fangy, also known as Pie Bagel Made Level 0 Zombie Fangy. We just call him Zombie Fangy or Fangy. Sometimes Zombie, but there's also other people running around named Zombie, so I adopted a Khan's nickname for him. But we'll be having him on in a moment. As you know, I put out a notice for everyone, not just other VTubers, but all of my viewers, and whoever else might want to come on who is interested in world building. I put out this little sheet that people could sign, and I would pick someone and pull them onto my World Building Wednesdays once in a while. And you can come back if you would like, once you've extrapolated on what we've talked about, and we can further flesh out aspects of your world. And that is the point of World Building Wednesday. Learning how to flesh out certain aspects of the world that you really want to see in a more clearer light. Because, speaking from experience, it is a little difficult to figure out where you need to go sometimes. Because world building's a difficult topic to broach sometimes. And you don't always know where you need to start. So I made a sheet about it. I literally made a bunch of sheets, a bunch of templates, and I give these templates to my guests. And we work on aspects of their culture together. They get to keep the template, they get to work on it however they want, and then they can come back later. And yeah, Pixelate Fae, if you would like to, or if any of you are interested, let me pull up the link here. It's still pinned in the top of my Twitter, but I understand that's not always the easiest thing to access. So let me look for my thing. Here it is. You can check that out. Kibby! Excuse your little paw. But without further ado, I'm going to hop into a call. Fangy, if you are still here, you can hop into the waiting room, and I will drag you in, and we will start our discussions while I micromanage my cat. What is he doing? Hi! Who wants to see my cat in the most crudely drawn picture ever? It was drawn and given to me by one of my lovely children. Not like... What is that? Like the Mama and Papa Riggers and like arts? Not like that. But like, this was drawn by a literal one of my children that I adopted because I love them. Their name is Vale. Look what they drew for me. They drew Cecil in his most angry. Is Kibby. I have actual pictures of him. I guess I could go find those. I guess. He looks like a loaf of bread. He's so cute. Yeah, Vale gave it to me. They're a sweetheart. They're a living doll, and I believe they have a bat form. So my lore ass went, hey! Gib child, me holding out hands. Gib me child, me want. But yeah, that's my cat. I'll try and get a more official picture of him. Let me go find him. I think it's in Pet Share in my Discord somewhere. Oh, there he is. Oh, it's a good boy. Let's show off a good boy. Who wants to see a good boy? The one that hugged me. Cute boy, hug me. Actually, I have an idea. I'm just gonna make it a browser source. Because I'm too lazy. It's a picture. It's like a physical picture There we go. Oh, it's my boy. It's my kibby. Let's zoom in. Enhance. Brrr. There we go. Look at him. He's gonna cover me up for a minute. Look at him. He's the star now. He's the VTuber. He Shweeby. That's him gargoyling, or sphinxing, I guess, on the back of my chair. He likes to sit on the headrest of my chair and just chill. I actually have a little towel there, as you can see, because he will literally scratch the hell out of the leather if I don't. Good boy, though. I love him. He's insatiably curious, and not a thought goes behind those eyes. No offense to the boy. We love the kibby. Alright, so, we're gonna hop on over here. Let me pull out my tablet. You guys don't need to see the tablet today because it is not art day, it is well, technically art, but world building is technically an art, so meh. And let us kick this over to Fangy. And we're gonna drag him in. There we go. And boop. We have the Fangy. Oh, there he is. Hello there. Also, I have to adjust my music. Alrighty, so while he's getting ready, I'm going to pull up Foogie, so we can see when he starts talking. Have a good lurk. Okay. I see you would like to go in sleebies. It just says disconnected at the top. Oh no! What does that mean? Hold on, let me move you to the waiting room and move you back. Alright, are you better now? This makes me very sad. Me want friend. Gib. Discord, Gib. Maybe you should try leaving and re-entering the call. Oh, I could. Okay, yeah, give me a second. Go boop boop. And boop boop. Alright, is it working now? Do I have to completely close out Discord? I may have to completely close out Discord. Let's just completely close out the dumb thing. Maybe I don't have permission in the staff room. I don't think that would have to do with anything. If there's no problem on your end, then it's probably my end. So, I'm going to completely disconnect from Discord and pray it works. Ah! And all of my talk sprites got pissed at me. So I'm gonna hop over here so I can add Fangy real quick. Ah, stop it, talk sprites. Get out of here. The devil. The devil. All of you are the devil. Well, I know why it's doing that. Because, I'm not in Discord. Let me say, no, the problem seems to be on my end. I see. Discord shenanigans. Discord. Me. I want to have a lovely stream today and guest host one of my audience members. Discord. You fucking thought. Alright. Final test. The final frontier.
Hello?
There you are! Okay.
Ta-da!
It was on my end. Probably.
Okay.
But yeah, hi! Welcome in.
Hello.
Welcome in and welcome on.
Thank you.
Your Fugi's still not working.
Oh boy.
But that's on my end. It'll figure itself out. Discord and Fugi like to slap each other sometimes.
Okay. Really quickly, I
Hmm.
wanted to mention that for some reason, whenever I am streaming or on a stream, I just cough, like, periodically. Should I mute myself for that, or are you fine if I just cough out loud?
If you can mute yourself, go for it, but it's not necessary if you can't catch it.
Okay.
Yeah.
My stream told me to add a cough counter, and I still don't know how to do that. Okay, anyways.
I
Oh
use
no,
stream
this is a...
elements for my yawn.
Okay, hello everybody. I don't know how I should introduce myself. I am a whole entire Fangy. I'm on a mic. I'm not used to that, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, Pie Bagel made level 0 zombie Fangy.
Pie Bagel made level 0 zombie Fangy. I
Oh,
can tell you the history behind all of those nicknames, but that would be boring.
I am scared to know. I just know you came up one day and went, I'm gonna max out the Twitch name. And I went, go for it, buddy. I want to see how this comes out.
I said it maybe 3 or 4 times, honestly. I kept saying it in all people's chats.
You're like, I'm gonna do it, guys.
Gonna do it, and then I did it, and then it was great, and I refused to change it back.
Well, I mean, it definitely is eye-catching. You're
It's
used.
iconic is what it is. It's not a phase, Mom.
It's not a phase. This is who I am. Also, yes, Dane, it is him. It's
I am here.
the boy.
The
Alright,
Fangy.
so I sent you a sheet earlier. I think you got it. Are you able to access it?
Yes, my computer took this long to boot up Discord and let me click on one link. So yes, I'm finally here.
Oh, okay, good. So we're gonna pull it up for
Okay.
other people to see.
Well, I've got a lot of information that I could dump on you, but I guess the easiest way to start this would be to kind of describe it in a very simple way, which would be, basically, the culture that I am going for is an interesting cross between, I don't want to say like feudal Japan, but it's Japan when katanas were a thing, and modern society. The entire premise of the story that I'm writing is that my friend knew that I hadn't seen Demon Slayer, and he wanted me to essentially write something in the same vein as, you know how when a movie trailer comes out, people have wild theories about the movie, and it never turns out being as wild as those theories?
Yes.
Essentially, since I had never seen Demon Slayer, he wanted me to write something based on what I had seen of Demon Slayer. And so I took that, so everybody's running around with like katanas and stuff, and then I put it into a setting that was like, it used to be modern, but then everything fell apart. And so now it's modern but with older technology.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's a very confusing thing to go about doing, especially because I know almost nothing about Japanese culture.
Fair. I have seen Demon Slayer, and I've seen it up to its most current episode, so this is gonna be interesting. I also know a
I
good
have...
bit about Japanese culture, so we're gonna see what we can do. Oh, Dane is offended that you haven't watched Demon Slayer.
Oh no. Hi, Usagi.
Honestly, based, but also Usagi, my attack
The
rabbit,
banini.
the Benini.
I need to protect my ankles, hold up.
You do. Well, did you say you were new?
Not yet.
Yeah. Oh, then the jury's still out. Alright, so what aspect of the culture do you want to work on today? Now, the whole sheet that I gave you, you can just use. You can fill out whatever you want, whenever you want. But on the I guess, I don't want to call it a podcast because it's not a podcast, but on this lovely stream, you can choose a few things that you want to clear up in this list that I sent you. And the culture is on page 3? Yeah, page 3. No ankles are safe from my wrath. You are correct, Usagi.
Oh no.
She will get your ankles. And I would expect her in kind, to take out my ankles too if I did it.
The ankles
I'm
are
not
going today.
exactly. I'm not even safe. All right.
Okay. So probably the biggest thing I wanted to work on in terms of culture was I already have a decent layout for how I want the school system to work, and by that I mean I'm basically just going to copy paste what I experienced in my own life because that's easiest.
Yeah, fair.
But um, there was I'll I'll quickly brief you on the general backstory of it. So at first everything was at peace, and then one dude took out the dude who was the world peace leader or something. Bad guys started showing up all over the place in the forms of, I think I called them spirits. I'd have to look at my notes again. And everything was falling apart. Eventually, a small group of people who could actually fight banded together, drove those demon spirit things, whatever, back and sealed them away. And what remained started growing into the new towns. Since there isn't a whole lot of people who understood how the modern technology in the older place worked, there's not much of it around. There's like surviving buildings that have electrical systems, and that's about it.
Okay.
So, based on that, the culture is largely centered around, should be largely centered around like the natural resources that they run off of, as well as the uh, systems that are still surviving. But then, probably the biggest thing that I've made for this so far has been the elemental power system, and it surprised me how many people have compared this first to Avatar: The Last Airbender rather than Demon Slayer, simply because of the element system. And
Right.
unfortunately, this is kind of complicated to actually go through. Are you willing to go through it with me here so that you can understand it, or should I try and summarize it?
If you want to go through it, you can. Oh, Kibi.
Oh, Kibi.
Kibi. But
Okay.
you can go over as much as you think will help in the current thing that you need worked on, if that makes sense. Extrapolate on however much you feel is relevant.
Okay. Um. So there are five elements. There are five core elements, and then beyond that, there are theorized elemental combinations. So there's fire, water, lightning, earth, and air. So these elements are the ones that are able to be harnessed through a process called centering, which involves essentially synchronizing yourself with motions and breathing and such related to that element. So a lot of people understand how to use some of these. For example, fire and water are actually really useful for day-to-day life for a lot of people. Things like earth can be really useful to specific jobs like farmers. And the entire concept of being able to combine them isn't exactly taboo, but it's considered extremely dangerous, and so not really any people do it.
Okay.
Um, Another thing extrapolating from the backstory of this entire setting is that the person who actually went around and gathered up all the people who could fight, his name was Akataikan, and so after him, there has been a role for people who are essentially traveling senseis or teachers or whatever that are called cons. And they go around and they will try and find any star pupils from villages or towns that they go through to train them and make them fit to also be cons or lodestars, which are adventurers, essentially.
Okay, I do
So,
remember reading a bit of that when you sent it to me, but thank you for letting everyone else here know.
mhm,
Hmm. So, what do you
okay.
feel? Oh, sorry.
So aside from, oh no, it's all good. Aside from that, that's essentially all I have on the culture. And I guess one of the biggest things that I'm having trouble with is how characters should act, because this is supposed to be based on Japan, but I don't really know anything about Japan.
Fair. Okay, so in that case, I could probably help you in that regard, at least a bit. I'm not a native or anything, but I do interact with someone who is Japanese, so I understand a bit of the culture, not to mention I've watched way too many videos on Japan to consider it healthy. Um, so I guess the starting point could be, what year would you say this world started dropping from its modern technology? Like what year, what time frame would you put it?
Hmm. Uh, I'll be honest with you, the only actual the only actual technology I've incorporated thus far has been fluorescent lights because that's what I had in my school. But I'm not entirely sure. I would say probably not too long before our current time, so probably early 2000s, maybe 2010-ish, that kind of time era.
Okay, so, 2012 apocalypse happens.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, that. Let's go with that. That's the canon now.
Oh, okay. So roughly 2010s, early 2010s technology. So phones weren't as crazy as they are now. Fluorescent lighting, as you said in your history.
Mhm. I'm not entirely sure if I want to add phones, but that's not a culture issue as much as it'll be a storytelling issue, so I'll have to think on
Yeah,
that
that
later.
that's more on the technology side of culture.
hmm I'm thinking
Also, oh,
probably not, since I want to have a lot more of a basis on like resources and such, and if people had phones, that would not be nearly as important to them, I guess.
yeah, fair. I mean, phones could be in there. It would probably just be rare if everything has been crashing and burning.
I could see like a landline or two in a major city.
Yeah. And who knows, maybe people treat phones as like these rare, weird commodities, and maybe most of them aren't connected, and they just use them as like glorified journals. Who knows?
Yo, phones are a battering weapon.
Hell yeah. You'd want a phone from the 90s for a battering weapon, though.
Friggin' Nokia invincible handle.
Dude, them things are big. Uh,
Them things is tough too.
Dane said the Mayans were right in this world. Also, yes, chat is allowed to contribute ideas, and postulate questions because that's how we get stuff done. To see it from multiple angles. I'd imagine there's only like 2 cell phone towers, so you need access to a landline or a phone tower, which would be hard. Yeah, it would be hard. Also, phones aren't the focal point today. It was just a fun little idea I had.
Oh, Um, I forgot to mention this is probably 2 generations removed from the actual fall of everything.
Okay.
So, there's not a ton of like rife instability and conspiracies because of it. It's everybody's pretty much mellowed out and things have calmed down, and this is the normal world now. But now things are starting to come back, which is where the story's actually going to center on.
Alrighty, so about 40-ish years, 40, 50 years in between that.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. So we need to look at the economical and cultural climate of Japan in the early 2010s, which was essentially the same thing we have here today, although they were a lot more conservative. A lot more of them are pushing back against conservative ideas, just like we are. But back in early 2010s, they were a lot more conservative than even the U.S. So we can start working on that and see how it would evolve through 50 years.
hmm So the economy itself, after everything, so the idea is that there are different nations of sorts. I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to separate them based on the elements, because that would be a little bit cheesy, and also because, like,
Avatar.
fire people and water people would have a whole lot more of an easy life. Additionally, I think of the elements less as a kind of like dividing factor and more of a personal choice. Essentially,
Okay.
you as a person can decide to learn whatever you want, and the knowledge is relatively widely available since, well, combat is a valuable skill in these parts, in these days. Something like that.
Okay. And that's actually true as far as Jackoback, hello, welcome in.
Hello.
But that's actually how Demon Slayer works as well. People can learn different quote unquote elemental abilities. Now, I don't know how much of the trailers and media of Demon Slayer you've seen, but just to give a quick clarification, I think the elemental looks of the character's abilities are kind of more like a metaphor because I don't know, it's a really weird, like, it's hard to explain. It looks really pretty, of course, but
Mhm.
we don't know if it's actually there or not. if
Gotcha.
that makes sense. It's supposed to like represent their abilities and their power as like a fighter, not necessarily as an elemental wielder. So this
Mhm.
is going to be really interesting, and they can learn anything they want. Um, there was a character that came from like a line of fire workers, people who worked in fire-based fighting, and he went water. So
Mood.
yeah, so
Um,
you can make a choice in that as well. It all has to do
mhm.
with like breathing techniques.
I personally am going to keep it as literal as possible in terms of how it works mechanically and its effects on the world.
Okay.
And especially because I've already established that people who can like use centering with fire and water have like they can wash their clothes, they can have a source of heat, they can start the oven, the stove, whatever without any extraneous materials. So I'm probably gonna keep that for sure. As for um as for how much media I've consumed, I kid you not, I have watched a couple of you know when you're scrolling through YouTube shorts and you just see those coolest anime moments and sweetest anime moments and stuff like that?
Yes.
It's literally that, and I've had like three people explain the breathing system to me and it's entirely in different ways. So I don't know what's true, but one important thing I do want to state here for everybody who's listening and watching is that one of the main points of me reading or writing this is I cannot actually consume more than the amount that I have of Demon Slayer, because then it would kind of ruin the movie trailer theory kind of feel that I'm going for. This
That's
is
completely fair.
this is one of the ways that I get inspiration is by seeing stuff completely out of context and my brain filling in the gaps. And that's why I soar so much as an improv writer, because I just fill in the gaps real fast, I guess.
Yeah, and that's always a good thing. Okay, Jack, go back. Have a good work. And yeah, we're doing good. Are you doing good? I'm doing good.
I'm also doing good.
All right, good.
A little bit shaky because of all the expectations I have to live up to,
Oh
like
no no
not
no 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 no. It's okay. This is a safe space. You don't gotta worry so much about that. You're okay. I promise.
okay.
There is
That's
no bad world building in this space.
true.
I will make sure of it. I will fight whoever tries to talk shit.
I mean,
I
I
will.
suppose the reason that I'm doing this with you is to make it so that it isn't bad, so it's kind of hard to do bad world building here.
There's nothing that's bad. Just not not as good as you personally want it. Because what
Mhm.
you would consider bad could probably be considered like a masterpiece to other people. It's just about perspective.
I've been told that a couple times. I've written stuff that I'm not proud of, and my friend's like, dude, you didn't turn this into a webcomic? And I'm like, I can't draw, and also it sucks.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, on that note, I should probably bring this up. I don't actually know what I'm going to use this whole writing project for. The biggest thing that I've been told, and I believe there's somebody actually lurking here who was the one who recommended I do it, was that I wanted to talk with my sister about making this into a webcomic,
ooh.
but I don't know if that's the route I want to go down, since I'm not an illustrator, and by nature, I don't visualize things as much as I think I do. I have a mental image of them, but it's so scrambled I couldn't actually tell you what it looked like.
It's fair.
So I don't know of what else I could really do with it other than maybe putting it on AO3 or like I don't know Wattpad, but I'm not sure what to do with it. So if you have any suggestions or if anybody in chat has suggestions, I'm more than happy to hear.
Hmm.
And unfortunately, one of the biggest drawbacks of trying to make a webcomic is that right now I'm in a position where until the start of 2023, I'm not actually supposed to be working a job, so I can't pay
Ah.
anybody.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, if you do want it to be a webcomic, if you want to go that route, like that ultimately does become an avenue for you, I could give you some tips on that because I actually have a background in drawing webcomics.
Ooh,
Yeah.
fancy.
Eh.
I'll
um,
definitely take you up on that. I think I also have a friend who has one up right now. I don't want to promote them, so I'm not going to say anything past that. But
fair.
um, so I guess I do have a couple more resources than I thought in that department.
Yeah.
My sister's
Like I
also
said,
wildly
it's
good at drawing, so.
oh nice. Now I kind of want to see later. You you're gonna show it right in my DMs.
Oh, let me.
Oh,
I can show it actually on the. I think I've already shared something on yours. I know for sure that I shared it on Con's server. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I can share one thing that she's drawn. Just a bit of promotion as a treat.
Yeah. You can drop it in art finds.
Here we go. I found it already. The best part is that the art that I'm about to share was of our resident Mebby.
Maybe.
There you go.
Oh, I have seen that!
She is very, very good at drawing, and I'm cautioned against saying talented because, while on one hand, yes, she's talented, on the other hand, I know her, I grew up with her. She has been drawing since she was like 4. She went from what you'd expect of a 4-year-old drawing to this over the course of her life. She has worked very hard at it, and I am very proud of her for it, even if she still has the issue of thinking her drawings aren't good enough.
Yeah, you both deserve to be proud of it. That is very pretty. And I feel
Mhm.
that. I also drew since I could pick up a pencil. So I relate to that. And she should be
Okay,
proud. I really like her art. Tell her she probably doesn't know who I am. I'm a
I may have
I'm a
forced her to
tiny
watch most of the
VTuber.
streamers I watch.
Oh, okay. So she's possibly seen me then.
Yes.
Oh, well, let her know that the tiny niche VTuber bat in the corner of his Twitch appreciates her art and thinks it's very lovely, and that she shouldn't be so hard on herself.
I will let her know that one of the cutest VTubers I know loves her artwork. Gotcha.
Eh.
I stunlocked Desmond. Quick, start love posting.
No, stop it. No, do it. Do not.
Please,
Please. I love that
please
emote.
load.
It makes
I
me
love it
happy.
too.
Anyway, skip it. Not change the subjects. No,
Slight bit of a
period.
tangent.
Stop. Ah, you're cute, period. Eh.
I wonder
Anyway,
if Dan is lurking in chat and wondering if we'll call him cute.
I don't know, Dan. Actually, no. I know how to summon him. Good boy.
True.
You have to say it like I can't say it
Who's
the
a good
way
boy?
other people do because I'm his dad. That would be weird. But I have to go, oh, good boy? Who's a good boy?
Good boy? Who's a good boy?
You want to see me summon Himiko?
Ooh, yes, I want to see this.
Ball? I'm waiting. Only seen Desmond for like half an hour and I already agree cute. No, shush! Don't agree. Finally some good news.
Ignore how bad that typo was. I'm on mobile.
No, I get it. A lot of people say that. They're like, "Oh my god, I spelled this wrong on my mobile." I'm like, "Don't worry. I read it wrong because I knew what you meant."
Spelled it correctly.
Yeah, my brain auto-filled it for you. Don't worry. No. Well, I appreciate that, Dane. Thank you. Meh.
Okay, we've gotten a little off topic, just a little bit.
Just a little, but that's how this that's how this roller coaster rides.
Oh, actually, you know what? I just thought of
Hmm.
a good starting point. I should probably describe to you the day in the life of one of my characters.
Oh, that would actually be a very good starting point. It would
Okay.
help you see into the window of the culture, I guess.
So, I'm gonna talk about just the main character, who doesn't exactly live an average life, but he has an average life kind of supplemented with the main character kind of stuff.
Mm.
So, I made all these names on Fantasy Name Generator, and my sister, who's actually taking a Japanese class and has a couple friends who live in Japan that she speaks with, she's told me that some of these names aren't the greatest. Not necessarily because they're like, like they're not bad. It's just they're like kind of weird.
Yeah.
Anyways, so main character, I'm gonna call him Soga, Soga. So day in the average life of Soga is he'll wake up, he'll do some house chores around the house because he's that kind of die. Goodness gracious, this is violent already. He's that kind of guy, and after he's done chores around the house, he gets himself ready and heads off to school. in school he's a relatively attentive student who doesn't try to do anything bad, but he isn't always going to be like the top of the class kind of kid. He's paying attention to lessons so that he doesn't fail, and he still uses school as kind of a way to talk with his friends and, hang out and obviously learn new stuff. Uh, One important note is that in school for these kids, they're taught a mix of the old and new age of information kind of stuff. So the old age teachings were things like we're used to. We're used to being taught, like reading, writing, math, that kind of stuff. In these new schools, there is a huge emphasis on history, a pretty decent emphasis on physical education, and most of the other teachings are basic skills such as math, biology in terms of like how to farm things. Essentially, imagine every class is combined with home ec except for history and PE.
Oh, okay.
Beyond that, I don't know if they have a lunch period. I'm probably just going to give them a lunch period to screw around in because, haha, fun. After school, he will meet up with his friends at the gates at the border of his town. They will go off on a little forest path that they actually forged themselves. There's a lake that they really like hanging out at because it's a lake. They like swimming. More importantly is that there's a big open area with not many rocks and no grass grew there, and so they use it as kind of like an little arena or a ring for them to be able to spar with each other.
Okay.
So, Soga, before he goes to the border of his town, will always check and make sure that there's not too much stuff to be done at home before he heads out. And he's actually been late to a few of his friends' meetups because he finds it important for him to care for his family. I have debated whether I want his father to have left or to have died, but his father is absent either way. And he is kind of the most average Joe of the group. In the group, there is a delinquent who's like a total prodigy with elemental infusion with lightning. There is an incredibly intelligent boy who uses earth, and there is a girl named Izumi who I've probably done the most character development for, and she is actually able to use fire without using any techniques with it. She's just innately fire based, and so she's learning other ones as well, such as lightning, and she already knows how to heal people using her. Oh man, it's hard to say this without the vocabulary. She already knows how to heal using her powers.
Alrighty, so I've taken all my notes down for this kind of stuff, and using that as a basis, we can sort of break down the weaker points of the culture that you think needs to be fleshed out.
Mhm.
Alrighty, got my little notepad.
Ooh, are you writing upside down?
Not right now. I'm usually
Oh,
upside down when I'm sleeping.
I see. Sweet.
There we go. Okay, so what did you want to work on specifically? Let's go look
Okay,
at this.
probably now that I've said all this stuff out loud, probably the biggest thing that I want to work on will be kind of I want to say authority. I have a delinquent in the group, and he doesn't respect people that he innately should respect. Like, for example, he doesn't respect his teachers unless they give him a reason to respect them. So, the idea is that he hasn't been thrown out of a school despite being explicitly rebellious, and that raises a lot of questions as to how much authority is put on being, like an adult in this world. Additionally, how supervised is everybody? Is there like a police force? Do people police themselves like in the Wild West where you're more likely to get shot by a citizen than an officer? That sort of thing. I guess just the authority aspect of people's everyday lives.
Okay, so that could either go into government or laws.
Um, I suppose the first thing that we should probably focus on is more of the student teacher aspect of it, but government would probably be the better section for it overall.
Okay. Also, there is an education spot here too that you can use for dropping in anything school related. Also, are you okay, Sarax? Don't die, please.
I teleported all the way to the top of the document trying to type. Click. Okay, now I'm in here? Okay. There we go.
Oh no.
Now I can see it for later.
Oh, fair.
Uh-oh, what happened to Sarek?
I don't know.
Sarek, come back. I miss you.
Oh. They
Don't
said
die.
they died from the inside, and I don't know what that means, and I'm worried.
Oh goodness, is it like what was it, the movie Alien or something?
Oh god, with the facehuggers?
Yeah, something like that.
Yes, that is alien.
I like being hugged, but not like this.
We had a history exam, failed, and your history teacher just did the most unexpected thing. He cut out my 11 requirement to my 3. My adrenaline just pumped. Oh god. Cosma! You are not new.
Cosmo is new. Hello, new Cosmo.
Okay, Usagi, you know the drill. Alright, let me do my little intro, I guess. For those of you who are new, I do know Dane is new, but he's also BRB. But hopefully he'll hop in time to hear this. But for those of you who are new, welcome in and hello. I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he/him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as Worldbuild on Wednesdays. I also have a variety of games that I like to play, from RPGs to roguelikes. And today it is Wednesday, my dudes, and we are doing world building with a guest, one of you. Hello, Meclipsa. Hey, you're probably new then. Thank you, Usagi, for nibbling Cosma, but welcome. I just finished the intro and Dane shows up.
Got him.
Got him. Hi, Dane. Welcome
Well,
back.
Dave is actually new, unfortunately.
I know.
Hey, what up? It's Meclipsa.
I know. I see them.
That's the dude who actually inspired me to take this seriously.
That's awesome. A
He's pretty
Leon?
freaking cool.
I see we want a Leon. It's more of a need. Of course. Here he is. Let's pop
I'm
a
really
little
used to
Leon on.
calling Meclipsa by his real name, but I can't do that on stream.
No, we don't dox people here.
No doxing people here.
No doxing.
Not even as a treat.
Not even as a treat.
No number of wheezes will let me dox people.
I do. Censored. Cosma.
Redacted.
Redacted. Redact the voidling. So maybe tiny on.
I'm sorry if my mic is picking up a bunch of stuff. It's really close to the top of a wired headphone thing. I got it at like, what's it called? The 5 and below or something. My sister saw a pair of cat ear headphones and was like, "Oh my gosh, dude, you could be an e-girl," and so I had to buy them.
Nice. Also, Dane,
Now I
it's
have
perfectly
better-
okay. You are new. You're allowed to do it. You are new. Usagi is only there to bite the ankles of those who literally have VIP badges, founders badges, mod badge, me staring at my regulars who have been here for 4 months, like... Yes, it's Fangy. Fangy is here today.
I am the Fangy.
He is the Fangy.
I'm sorry if your immersion is broken because I'm not as cute on voice as I am in text, but
I think you're cute.
I think I'm cute too.
You're like, bitch, I'm adorable.
Oh man, if I could swear, I would be using that Vegeta line so much, dude.
Oh, really?
Yes. I mentioned it before, I don't swear in your chat because I am part of a religion that says swearing is bad.
That's fair.
But, man, I would say that so much if I could. Binge, I'm adorable.
See, bench works too.
Benchwarmer.
Or bonch, as the Game Grumps said once. And only once.
One time. You get one time.
You may say it once.
Once.
Yeah, see, Dane thinks you're cute too. Hi, Himiko.
Well, Dane, I've only ever visualized Dane as the Discord profile that they have, which is a dancing Nezuko. So I think
Cute!
that they're cute too. Got 'em. Oh yes, Bix.
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 Yeah,
I can't believe
I
Cosmo has
cuss a
never
lot,
heard of
so I'm
Christianity.
sorry. But
Oh no, it's fine. The idea is that I'm not supposed to do it because it can offend other people, but it's fine if people do it in like a non-offensive way.
oh,
So
okay.
and also it's not like considered a sin. It's just a hey, don't do this because it can put you in bad situations you shouldn't be in.
I guess that's fair.
Same with alcohol, actually. Alcohol
Yo!
technically isn't in of itself a sin. It's just don't do it.
Because it can lead to sin. Give me just a
Oh,
second.
yes.
Yui! Hello! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh my gosh! I'm so excited, it's Yui! Welcome in, everybody! Let's look at the beautiful Yui. Of course, have a good work! Thank you so much for dropping in! Look how cute she is!
Hey, we're mollied off. Okay. Silva, you bomb. Ookie.
Yeah, Yui raid! Yui's a sweetheart, an absolute gem of a human being. A little Fosk. Look how cute. I love Yui. Anyway, welcome in, Raiders! And yes, if you have work, get on out of here! Have a good day at work, please. And for those of you who do not know me, welcome in. Hello, I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as Worldbuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. Today, it's Wednesday, and I'm world building. I have a guest on. He is a viewer of mine. You can see him chatting right now, called Zombie Fangy, aka Pie Bagel made level 0 Zombie Fangy. I fucked that up. Of course, I will let Fangy know that he is cute. He is very cute. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid and trusting me with your community. And I hope all of you feel safe and comfy here while we go gremlin mode and help Fangy with aspects of his world building, specifically his culture that we're working on. Alrighty. That was a wild ride.
That was a wild ride.
UA's sweet.
Side note, I didn't realize that I was actually my Discord PFP there. I could have given you an actual PNG to use.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. Also, Noel's frickin' cute, and I've been hyperfixated on Genshin for a while now.
Yeah, fair. I don't know Genshin Impact, but you're allowed.
Nice. Would not recommend. Has eaten many hours of my life.
Yeah, I had a cousin actually trying to get me into it for a literal month, and I contemplated streaming it for 5 minutes, and then I stopped contemplating it for the rest of my life.
Fair enough.
I
Not
don't
everybody's cup of tea. Oh, you
Yeah.
like tea? Hehe.
I do like tea. I also spill the tea sometimes, but not the literal kind. I'm a very immaculate butler.
Ooh,
I'd like
kinda
to
like
think.
Aphrodite.
Yeah, kinda. I do like spilling the tea, the gossip, as the kids say today.
Can we get a fun Egypt fact?
Oh, are you the one that's always asking for Egypt facts? It's
Yep.
like everyone's asking it now. Let's see. Let me think of another Egypt fact. Fun Egypt fact, although this is more of a Cleopatra fact. She came from like 6 generations of brother-sister marriage.
Oh man.
It was weird. She came from her father named Ptolemy and her mother named Cleopatra the Third. And the Ptolemies were just a circle. No, you don't understand, Usagi. Yes, the Egyptians were considered inbreeding and all that, and it was gross and weird and stupid. But it got worse with the Ptolemies because they were Greek Macedonian. And oh, Leon's on my shoulder. Hi, Ottercut. This is my husband. He's not here with me physically, but he is here with me in spirit. He went to go help his dad today, of all things, for
Leon's right there
his
in
work. Yeah, but it's a baby chibi Leon. Look at
Immersion
him.
broken.
I know. Well, I do have. We've mentioned I have a cloning machine of him a few times.
Beautiful.
I'll never forget the Leon army that people spawned on me.
I was going to make a Leon army, and then I don't remember who it was because I'm that bad at holding a grudge, but somebody did the outfit change, and I will never forgive them.
I don't remember who it
The
was.
savings on Leon.
I know Yarrow started the Leon army, and everyone kept going until I was literally drowning in Leon. I don't remember who did that though. But yeah, Cleopatra came from really bad incest. Not just a few generations of weird shit. I'm talking like a homeboy literally all the Ptolemies got weird about it, and they all named their kids after themselves. And then they always tried to look for a girl named Cleopatra to marry, whether she was a part of the family or not. It was the weirdest
family
shit.
Tree looks like the imperial cloning process.
Dude, I actually saw a post the other day. I was on not Twitter. I was on Tumblr of all things. Someone posted a picture of like Queen Elizabeth's like grandmother or some shit, and they posted it to her, and they're like, oh look, they look exactly alike. Genetics be strong. I'm like, yeah, it's really hard to like muddy those waters when your family line is a circle.
When your family tree most accurately resembles the water cycle.
Yeah, like, ugh. And you are right, Otter. They did want to keep the bloodline pure, and it was gross. I know why
Gotta
they
keep the good genes in the family.
It was a family circle. It was fucking gross. We've seen the Habsburg chin. We know what happens.
Oh man, this was an even bigger spiral away from the topic at hand. My computer went into sleep for a second.
That's okay, my ADHD-ridden brain is fine with it.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I ever mentioned this to you. I have an incredibly severe case of ADHD. I'm like double medicated right now to make sure that I'm sociable.
Bro, we're never gonna get shit done.
Bruh, true.
We're both sitting here going, ooh, new train car to hop on.
A train?
No.
Hmm?
I didn't mention any trains. Anyway, hey, look!
One sec, gotta message Mebby real quick.
No. Leave Mebby alone. They're probably sleeping or working. Oh, they're probably working, actually. Where's the family tree, Dread? We don't have one. We have a circle. Hello, Pinguina-chan. Welcome in. Yes, we are... No choo-choo, Himiko. We're trying to get back on topic here. Anyway, 50 years in the future. Or technically, I guess for us it would be 30 to 40 years, because you want it to start from 2010s, roughly?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, let me find my way back to where I was before.
Yes, we were at magic, education, and we're thinking about laws and government for the different aspects of the culture that you want to cover.
Okay, for the laws, I had a little bit of an epiphany while we were talking about literally anything else.
Yes.
So, I mentioned before that this is a very resource-driven society, as, well, you know, they're, what do you expect? They do everything based off of natural resources, which, side note, natural resources are quite rich because of the fact that they don't have to drain things like water or burn things to make fire. So
Yeah, they can just manifest
they
it.
have, and additionally, there are a lot of ways to prevent things that we in our world couldn't. For example, wildfires. If you see like an ember in the middle of the forest, most people can literally just cool it down or, you know, like stomp it out. People are very familiar with that sort of stuff, and so it doesn't happen often. So most trade centers and such are going to be based along forest paths and rivers and such. But more importantly, for at least for this context, is that a lot of the laws will revolve around a base system of resources. Rather than having things be laws in our society, like for example, I don't know, no shoes, no shirt, no service, there, essentially, as long as you have the resources to pay for it, you'll be allowed service. And because it's a lot less focus on very cleanliness, since they have other ways of keeping things clean aside from just sanitation, there are a lot less. For example, outdoor food vending is a lot easier to handle when you can physically yourself refrigerate foods.
Right.
So the laws are going to be based largely around fairness, trade, and that sort of stuff when it comes to adults. Essentially, there are laws protecting your trade and your income, but there are not as many laws protecting, like human rights or saying that if you're attacked, you have to wait until whatever to defend yourself or else you can be prosecuted. There are more social taboos than laws, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It took me a while to get to that conclusion, but
No, you're
the
good.
law is going to be a lot more about you can seek help from other people if this happens to you, whereas a lot more of the cultural responsibilities that you hold will hold you back a lot more. For example, you can... I have no examples, actually, so let's stop talking about that. For juveniles, though, it'll be a little bit different, because juveniles, as I mentioned before, have to have an innate respect for people, because they're learning from them. However, unlike in our time, there is less laws for juveniles, since juveniles are meant to explore and find themselves and such.
Oh, okay.
For example, there's not like a curfew, because the kids all know how to fight stuff, and they find uses for times that late. Additionally, this is probably a big one, is that the elemental infusion, the thing I was talking about before with using the elements, there aren't a whole lot of laws against that.
There aren't or there are?
There are not.
Okay. But you did say it is considered a little dangerous, so I'm assuming, culturally they would be holding it against people like that. Like you said, socially people would be kind of like shunning you for using more than one.
Mhm.
Okay.
Not for using more than one. More like people
Putting
will
them
shout at you
together.
if you're using it recklessly, but there's not actually like litigation that they can pursue for that. I should find simpler words to use. I don't know if I use litigation right.
No, you're good. Also, thank you for the follow, Ottercut. And
So,
Ottercut asked, "Is it like internet court IRL?" And I'm not sure what internet court is.
I also am not sure what internet court is, unfortunately.
And it's okay. I don't need you guys to have money. I am shunning people from doing the train of hype, which is why I said no choo choo.
Yeah, don't donate money unless you have enough money to go around, please.
Yes, this is a luxury. This is not mandatory. No one needs to drop money on me. It's
I
appreciated.
agree, viewing Desmond is a luxury.
But I'd much rather you just watch and enjoy yourselves than feel like you. No, medic, no! Shh! No, medic! Shh! No, no!
It worked.
No! Medic, no!
It worked.
Thank you, medic, for the 1,500 buddies. Please calm down. Anyway. So, there's also values down here that we could work on as well, if you want to focus on the way laws versus, like I said, values look at each other. Because you said laws specifically protect trade, while a lot more is focused on social expectation, which ties in really well with Japanese culture as a whole. They are all about social expectation and walking on eggshells with pretty much everything. You also have to constantly respect your elders, and even respect people that are like a couple of years older than you. That's why they have the word senpai. It's not just a teehee senpai, stupid like whatever joke. It's an actual cultural thing. When they call you a senpai, they're saying you are an authority over me because you're older than me, so therefore you must know better. No, medic, no choo-choo. Pat, 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 pat. No, you shush. It's like there's a real court, but sometimes even if the judge says not guilty, the internet will decide they're guilty and ruin their life by calling cops, aggression, trying to get him fired and all that. Oh, okay,
Oh, you
so
mean
like...
4chan?
Yeah. And to a lesser extent, Twitter?
Okay, that's actually a very good point that you bring up, Otter. I don't think that it would get as bad as, like, cancel culture on the internet, in where you'd get fired and stuff. Mostly because most of these people would be self-employed because they're tradespeople. It's like, there's not a manager or a boss at blacksmiths because they're the dude doing the stuff.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't go quite that far, but there would definitely be, for example, vendors who aren't willing to sell to you because there were rumors going around about you. There would be info brokers who would charge you higher prices for their info. So I do like that concept a lot, of the punishments being a lot more personal rather than legal. And I
Okay.
hadn't thought of that before.
And also, unlike internet, well, I mean, it would be kind of like the internet, but in a very localized area, because I'm assuming, because these people's technology has actually dumbed down over the decades of them living. There's not really a connection in between towns anymore, not to the extent that we have. Sure, there's writings and couriers and all that. I'm sure. People got to get letters around, but I'm assuming if you have like a bad rep in a town or a little area or a region, and then you head off in a different direction, there will be a point where that the bad reputation is going to go away and people treat you normally.
Yes.
Okay.
The only real exception to this, as you mentioned before, there's still, like letter runners, and there's still adventurers. Adventurers is a big one, but actually, one of the main connective tissues between a lot of towns is actually the cons. So, towns do have outriders. They'll have people who are like way out there, and their job is just look for anything happening along the major roads and such. So, whenever there is a con, by the way, con is spelled K-A-N. I did that intentionally to not confuse it with con like the ruler.
Okay. I was gonna say the GM, but
No, it's not K-O-N, though I might have him make a cameo.
Cute.
Maybe it'll be a MILFCon cameo. Anyways.
Hey yo!
Hey yo! So, one of the big important cultural things that can happen to a town is having a con visit. I might actually start pronouncing it some other way, like con, rather than con. Because I'm not entirely sure how to separate between different variants of the same pronunciation, but regardless of that.
Fair.
Cons are literally traveling senseis who take star pupils of a town and train them into becoming lodestars, or also cons. And so, these cons... Oh man, now that I say it so much, I keep thinking C-O-N. That's definitely not right.
Oops.
But...
Oh, sippy time!
What?
And you get a sippy too.
Oh, I will also sippy.
Good.
Schlurp.
Shalorp. I don't have a dope water bottle sound that I can drink from like Blip does, but thank you, Blippy, for the sippy.
Yeah, no, I just make the loudest noise possible despite anybody who wants me to drink politely.
Just...
I am the chaos. Cons. So, cons travel from town to town, and because of that, they actually have, first of all, a way better knowledge of the land than most people, especially since oftentimes they don't want themselves to be noticed until they're near a town, so they will actively walk on off trails or where there is no trails. And yet, cons are incredibly well versed in the land since, well, they usually have to travel it to be able to train to become a con. And so because of that, they're also, not to mention, they're very close with nature, as well, I've mentioned before, they've mastered many of the elements. I don't think I've mentioned that before. Pupils need to be able to use all 5 of the elements before they can graduate to, like, a new level of training. So that's kind of like a baseline for these people, is to be able to use all 5 of them, at least, like, they're able to use them. They're not necessarily proficient, but they are able to. So because of that, they have a much better natural compass, they have way better wilderness survival skills, they understand nature a lot better, that sort of thing. And so when they are noticed, it's a huge deal for a town, because all of the kids who have dedicated most of their off time to becoming a star pupil, they will start training like crazy in the hopes of being taken with the con to be able to go and be trained and to achieve their dream of, at least hopefully achieve their dream of becoming a lodestar.
Okay. I think I understand a bit more. Also, Blippy wanted a hat on your head, so there you go. It's your birthday now.
I need to unpause to see this hat.
There you go. Happy
that is
birthday.
a great hat. I love this hat.
So, is there a difference between lodestars and cons, or is it just
Yes.
a different rank? Oh, okay. If you want to
Okay.
go into that a little bit.
I couldn't mute myself for that one, sorry.
Nah, you're okay.
Hopefully. So, lodestars and cons, while similar, are actually entirely different things. Cons are the wise who understand how to use and how to teach their craft, whereas lodestars are traveling essentially, not quite mercenaries since they don't kill people, but they're essentially the military that
Okay.
are going around the lands to make sure that nothing happens, and if anything does happen, then they find themselves a con or other lodestars, group up, and go and face the threat. It's essentially one of the ways that one of my friends put it is if the border patrol had wheels, which, first of all, I've seen the border patrol, they certainly have plenty of wheels. But the idea is that they are everywhere at once in order to deal with any threats as they come up. So that way, something like I'm just going to call it the 2012 Cataclysm for now.
Hell
So
yeah.
that the 2012 Cataclysm doesn't happen again, because the 2012 Cataclysm was a lot of spirits had been released or something. The land was real pent up with them, you know? And there was an assassination on the world leader, and that world leader, when he died, a lot of malevolent spirits came out and started destroying everything because there was so much chaos for them to thrive off of. And I'm not entirely sure the logistics of spirits yet, but the idea is that they're just going to be kind of the inhuman enemy that our main cast is fighting against, that are being led by something, something, something. As you can
Which
tell,
is
I've thought
fair.
this out very clearly.
Of course, of
But,
course.
of course, of course. So that the Lodestar's job is to go around and patrol to make sure that the spirit problem never becomes a big issue, and the cons go around to make sure that there's always new Lodestars. Adventurers, on the other hand, are not trained and are just going out there to do whatever the heck. And like I'd mentioned before, natural resources are quite rich because, well, it's been 50 years since the collapse of everything everywhere, and so most of the ginormous, spots where they had, oil and minerals being mined have all dried up because people have gone and looted them. But because there hasn't been new active searching for that kind of stuff, people can find it just wandering around, they find a cave, kind of. Minecraft style. 2012.
Okay.
We're right back there. So, yeah, that is the difference between adventurers, lodestars, and cons.
Alrighty, so adventurers are considered more or less like, not necessarily mercenaries, but kind of like mercenaries, while lodestars I could see being more like samurai, where they were hired by daimyo, and
In a sense, yeah.
used, yeah. I'm assuming they're not necessarily hired in the sense that samurai were, but it does seem like a pretty decent, equation. And then cons seem to be more like, not necessarily daimyo, but kind of like daimyo if daimyo were wise and leaderly.
I'll be honest, my mental image there was just about any tutor character or guidance character from an anime. I can't think of any names at the moment, but I'm sure you have at least a couple up in your head.
I thought of the turtle from Kung Fu Panda.
Yo, Master Oogway? Bro, he goes hard.
That's the only one I thought of. Or Iroh. Iroh from Avatar.
That was actually what I was about to bring up. I was about to bring up Uncle Iroh.
Okay, so Iroh would be a pretty good, quote-unquote con, con example if we're using references.
Actually, I just realized that the con that I'm going to be using in the main story has a hilarious number of parallels to you.
To me?
Yes. So, unfortunately, she is not a bat butler, also known as a battler. She is also not a he, so that's unfortunate. But
fair.
She is very wise in that she understands how to work with people and how to learn new things very well. She is an incredible teacher, and one of the biggest things about her is that she actually never planned to become a con. Growing up, she wanted to be a historian, and then kind of got lumped into this whole con thing because she was so good at it. She also really likes tea.
You think I'm good with people?
Yeah, why wouldn't you be? You've literally streamed for how long now?
5 months.
That's like probably 5 months more than most people on the planet could stream successfully.
Yeah. Very possibly, but thank you. I guess that's kind of both an explanation of your character and also a compliment.
Yes, a 2-in-1 deal. Stunlock the Battler. Quick, chat, start love posting.
No, chat, please, mercy. But thank you, Pyrian. I try to be sincere and just gentle, every day. And I want to be sincere and gentle on stream too. Like, I don't want to hold up a mask when I'm streaming. So whatever you hear and see right here, it's me. It's the genuine me. You're getting
I can't believe the genuine you is so cute. So many sounds. Yeah, unfortunately my natural instinct with most of my friends is to bully the heck out of them, and so I gotta put on a mask a lot of the time when I stream.
I mean, that's fair. I accept bullying. If I'm bullying someone lightly, it means I care about them. That's why I call Pyrian an old man. But then again, I am also an old man.
My little brother is, like, surprisingly good at roasting me sometimes. I looked at him, he was just kind of laying in bed trying to go to sleep, and I was like, hey, how does it feel? He just looks at me bleary-eyed, super confused. What? I was like, how does it feel? How does it feel to be what? To be stupid. And he just stops for a second, thinks, and says, how does it feel to be the worst in your friend group at Smash? And that hurt. It's been that way since middle school, bro.
That probably cut surprisingly deep, I'm not gonna lie. I would also be
no,
like, okay,
hilarious.
kid, fuck you, alright?
I can pummel him in Smash, that's not a problem. It's just like, man, he called me out so hard.
He's like, I don't need to beat you. I know everyone else does.
I don't need to beat you. I've already won.
It's like, fuck you, kid.
What do you know? You're like 4 foot small, bro. He's not 4 foot small. He is so big. Oh my gosh. He's like, I think he's like 5'4" right now, and he's in like not old enough to be 5'4" realm of age.
Oh, baby, big baby.
He's so large.
Old men sitting around streaming and making people happy. Oh, I'm glad I can make people happy. That's all I want. I just want to make people happy and make people feel like I can teach them stuff. And I'm glad people enjoy my world building. Genuinely, that makes me really fucking happy.
Speaking of world building, we should probably do more of it.
Yeah, we should get back to it. Also, I agree with that, Himiko. Just walk in, what up, fucker? It's like, yeah, that's my best friend.
What's up, Bix?
Con! Speaking of besties, it's the Con.
Hello, Con.
Hello, Con. I have a Fangy.
We should probably hold off on the topic of further talking about cons for now, because that might be a little confusing.
Nah, it's fine.
Alright, so
more confusion.
Actually, I did have one thing I wanted to discuss about them, and while I do have the idea of Outriders and stuff, I don't know how exactly the cons would be, not necessarily tracked, but essentially how people would know that they're coming. One idea that I had was literally for people to just not know, and then the con for them to announce once they were there, like after they'd been there a while. So that way they could be a little more covert in finding star pupils and such. Do you have any better approaches for it?
I'm not sure yet. We could, like I said, we could look at, how Japan handles stuff in general and take inspiration from that. Because while it is 50 years in the future, 40, 50 years, which will give us some differences, we could look and see how they handle it, and then fix it up a little bit to work with the world a bit better.
Mm-hmm.
You're a blanky boy.
Oh, yeah, do you want to hear the story behind that?
A little bit.
Okay, so basically, I was in a D&D session, and I was in a pretty bad situation. I was separated from the group, and I was in a 2v1. I had been paralyzed and grappled, and just got out of paralysis. I'm also level 1 in this scenario. And the
Of
way that I
course.
got out of the situation, or at least temporarily, since I ended up not living through the situation as well as I would have liked, is I was being grappled. I threw my character's blanket on top of the character who was grappling me, and then pulled it down so that it covered their face, which was the source of one of their attacks per turn. And then I used the light cantrip because we were underground in a super dark environment, and the enemy that I was facing that was grappling me is essentially they live in caves and burrow and stuff. So
So,
I
light
used the
hurt
light cantrip
eyes.
on the blanket that was now completely covering them to make it a sky blue to completely blind them and flashbang them essentially.
Oh, God.
And then later in combat, there were several other times where I used the blankie as an offensive weapon. So I am the blankie boy.
Nice. You know what? Good for you.
Thank you. I'm very proud of that moment, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Meanwhile, my character just chilling, having no idea, and sipping coffee.
True.
Con, you're adorable. Oh, I'm assuming you
Hello,
guys
gremlin
do,
child.
I'm assuming you guys do D&D together?
Yes, we have a very nice lady DMing for us, and we are in one campaign together.
Is her name Viking?
Maybe.
I love Viking. She's so sweet.
Viking's pretty awesome. Anyways, I won't say too much about it on stream since I don't feel like it, and I'm lazy, and also that's not why I was on stream.
That's fair. Alrighty. I wanted to enter in for the either customs or values for the whole social machinations of, yes, the law protects you for this, but we're not going to do anything, and we're gonna actually make your life harder because you're a dickbag. The whole social ostracization if you're in, if you do something that's considered taboo. I'm assuming that would be more
Let me
values.
type this up real quick.
Okay.
Personal values hold a great deal of influence over who will sell/work for you. So, being a kind and easily worked with person will benefit you a lot, even if you follow the laws and are mean. Sad face. Basically, trade revolves around... Basically, trades and services revolve around your reputation with individuals and groups. There we go.
So, in that sense, hello, pets. Welcome in.
Hi.
Everything's going good.
Hello.
We're working on some world building for Fangy. Specifically aspects
the
of
Fangy.
the culture's customs, values, and the laws. Which, from what I'm hearing and reading, it sounds like you could break the law or even bend the rules of the law, and as long as you're a nice person or easy to work with, you have a better time.
The law in this area, in this world, isn't in my world, I should specify that instead of saying this world. The law in my world is... It's enforceable.
It's more
For
like
example,
guidelines.
For example, if you kill somebody, then there is something stating that you will be essentially gone after for killing somebody. No amount of reputation can stop that. And so that helps stop things like gangs from forming up. But when it comes to, like, for example, there's no real laws about refusing service to people. And so because of that, that relies a lot more on how you act and stuff. So in that sense, the laws are more like absolutes, and they only cover the absolutes.
Okay. So they don't cover if no, you're fine. So
Okay.
they don't cover things like I'm making cakes and I'm an asshole and I need to go buy flour, suddenly this guy doesn't want to sell me flour because he knows I'm an asshole.
Yeah. It did
Okay.
not cover that sort of thing. It specifically what's it, laissez-faire or something? I don't know, it's some French word for government is not involved in business.
Yeah, fair, which is a good practice, honestly.
I don't want to get too into that, mostly because I have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, I get it. But if, if you're a dickbag, I don't want to sell you stuff.
Oh, right. And then, on the contrary, there are some laws, for example, there are laws to keep things from being destroyed. So, for example, you can't use, like, fire elemental infusion. Elemental infusion is just what you get when you have the body mixed with fire. So, if you do anything with fire, you're infusing fire.
Okay.
So, elemental infusion of fire is, like, not allowed in straw buildings, for example. But if you're, like, a showman who has incredible control over the fire and you're in front of a police officer and you're like, hey guys, look at me doing this death-defying trick with fire inside the straw house, you're not going to get arrested for it. But for the general public, if you see somebody with fire in a straw house, they're going to get beat up.
Okay, so would the law cover that, or values?
The law covers it, but if you are a person who is respected and understood to be able to control it, then they don't apply as much to you.
Okay.
For example, one thing that's actually blanket banned in most towns is you just can't use lightning elemental infusion, since there just, isn't a good reason to in any case unless you're an electrician, and then you need to, like, go and get a pass for it, and even then most electricians don't want to, they just want to work on it, like, hands-on. But then again, if you're a con who's trying to show, yeah, I'm a frickin' con, you can,
Right. I can do
summon
this.
lightning onto your fingertip.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay, Miclipsa, have a good day, and thank you. I'm glad you're liking how this is going so far. See, Fangy, your stuff's good. Pat.
I'm so popular with the kids, bro.
You are. You're so popular with the kids.
Oh gosh, the two people I invited to this stream are not kids.
No, I make sure everyone here is 18 plus. I do not enjoy minors being in my space. I'm too old for that.
They're both very responsible adults.
Good. Government should be involved in business to control monopolies. There is none. I mean, it must control, but don't do business as Seracs. It just depends on the culture.
Frick, I forgot to mute.
No, you're okay.
Punishable by death.
Also, I'm assuming there are probably local governments who put a bit more stock or less stock in laws that are considered universal, like where they focus a bit more on keeping a thumb on fair business and trade, while others are probably just like, go gung-ho with it, I don't care. I'm assuming that's out there because, nothing's universal.
Yes, because of the disconnected nature of everything, since we don't have things like phones or the internet, most laws are local. There are very few land laws that are for the entire land, the entire nation, whatever you want to call it. These mostly revolve around things such as directly attacking the government, or pretty much just anything that would warn them of another 2012 catastrophe event, sort of thing.
Okay.
That stuff is outlawed. You can't stock up on spirits. You can stock up on alcohol all you want, but not like malevolent spirits. If there is malevolent spirit, you are required by law to report it to somebody, if you can.
So that they can go exterminate it?
Yes. It's just stuff like that, and those laws are more around, like, hey, just understand that these things are bad and they should not be trusted or interacted with, more so than these are punishable by the federal government, since it would take the federal government several months to get to your town, depending on where you are.
Fair. So everything is pretty much locally governed, because it's really hard to reach one another, nowadays at least.
The only places that actually have federal government presence are, like, capitals and really big trading areas.
There we go. Laws are local and are applicable to the region that they govern. So you're going to have different laws depending on what city you're in. because some people are very rural, some people are very suburban. You're going to need different laws to govern different things.
There
Like a
is
pig farm
actually
town is going to have different laws compared to a merchant city.
there's actually one story beat that I have in mind. Let me quickly write this down so that I can say it eloquently. Main cast goes from relatively urban hometown to a very rural and personal town run and what's it called? Founded by farmers. Culture shock ensues. Okay, so
Yeah?
the idea is that they're used to basically school's requirement for them. They can't not go to school. They are expected to very highly respect their elders, except for the delinquent who expects specifically to be able to defy that. And one of the big ones is that there is a very strict daily schedule, or not a very strict, a very loose daily schedule that they have to go about aside from school. They go to this rural area that was founded and owned by farmers, and there they have a very strict schedule for people. In other words, you have to wake up and immediately start working on the farm since the farm requires work on it all the freaking time.
Yeah. As
Uh,
is the nature of a farm.
Elemental fusion is completely freely allowed because they force people to travel in pairs. So if somebody sets something on fire, the other dude can, put it out. There is not a requirement to go to school because these people prioritize, farming over just about everything else. And there's not really a need for school since they don't have the resources for one anyways.
Fair.
And
They'd much rather apply their resources to agricultural education rather than, like, book learning. They don't need to learn books when they're having to take care of rice and pigs. Also, have
yes.
a sippy. Thank you for the sippy, Sarax.
Oh, should I also sippy? I should also sippy.
Yes, you should also sippy. You're on the stream. Therefore you must sippy.
My stream, my rules.
Yes,
Fangy
and my
got-
rules are
Fangy
please
just
hydrate.
Your rules are please be nice, please hydrate, please
Please
take care
hydrate.
of yourself.
Yes, I want everyone to make sure. Also, make sure to stretch, and everyone in
Oh,
chat,
that
make
too.
sure to stretch and get some sippies. I don't need you guys getting dehydrated on me. I want you to take care of yourselves, please.
Oh gosh, please tell me my mic didn't pick that up.
Loki Lurkin stream, so I'm reminded to hydrate. Yes, hydrate, Perion. This is my
actually-
sleepover, so I get to pick the sippy.
That's beautiful.
That's true, we have been talking for a while, so we do need to get sips.
This is true. By the way,
Hmm.
If any of you guys are like me and you have long periods of time where you game and watch YouTube at the same time, there's actually a feature on YouTube where you can have it remind you to take a break, and you can set how long it should be. I used to have it on like 3 hours, so that way if I fell asleep while a video was running, oh, sorry, I hit my mic right there. That way if my videos were running when I fell asleep, then they would stop and my phone would be able to, turn off. But I've actually now set it to be every 15 minutes it'll remind me to take a break. So I'll be listening to my YouTube whatever while I'm playing, I don't know, Genshin Impact. Every 15 minutes the audio will suddenly stop. I get up and I go out of the room that I'm in because it's usually pretty dark in there. Let my eyes have a rest, don't look at screens, get myself some water, and then I swap between push-ups, sit-ups, or squats every day. So essentially, I'm doing like every 15 minutes I'm doing like 3 push-ups or something and getting a little bit of water and letting my eyes rest. And holy cow, it has improved my life incredibly.
That's actually really nice. I get plenty of water and stretching from streaming, actually. Though weirdly enough, I do it more on stream now, and it's made me feel better because of the redeems from everybody.
I'm gonna redeem snack for you. And not because I have a snack that I can eat, but because I actually need to go to the bathroom right now, so I'm giving us an excuse to both take a break.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick.
BRB.
Yee, so we will be right back, everybody. Alright. Here we go. I am back. Now we just need to see if Fangy's back. I grabbed crackers. I also grabbed a tiny little ice cream sandwich because it's hot today. Here you go. Yes, you have been found out, Fangy. I figured you out.
Ice sandwich is very good.
It is good. It's also hot as hell here today, so me have the little ice cream sandwich.
Oh man, it keeps getting past 100 where I'm at.
Yeah, same. I am pushing triple digits at all times now.
The
Thanks,
crazy
Desert.
thing is, back when we first moved here, I was shocked at the fact that every summer here it was very normal to get past 100, and then I started you know how people are. It's like, oh, you think you've been in real heat? Just wait till you've been 110's real. I absolutely do that to all my friends. Unfortunately, I'm like that. But one thing
I
I
kind
will
of do
say,
it a little too sometimes.
one of the things that I always talked about is bruh, if you okay, first of all, anybody who lives in a humid area, it doesn't matter how hot it gets. You live in a place that just gets miserable because you can't escape it by being in the shade, and I feel really sorry for you.
Yeah, you're
So anybody who
literally
lives in
walking through
humid
soup.
98, I'm sorry. I feel so bad for you. On the other hand, I've always been able to brag to my friends oh, it gets to 110 here. I've literally burned my seatbelt buckle into my thigh a couple of times. And this year, just everybody's over 100. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah. Also, I have crackers. I got 2 snacks. One to cool myself off and one to just nibble. There we go. I had to adjust myself in my chair a little bit. Did you disconnect? Uh-oh. Can you hear me? Oh no, Fangy! You're still here.
I can stream, but I can't hear you through Discord.
Oh, it's because I'm an idiot and
Oh.
I'm on push to talk.
Well,
I forgot to push the talk button.
I very often forget to mute myself, and so because of my failure to mute myself sometimes, I've actually been told that I have a very convincing Mickey Mouse voice. Would you like to hear?
Sure, go for it.
Did somebody mention the door to darkness?
Oh no! Kingdom Hearts!
It all changed after the accident. Donald
Jesus
literally
Christ.
just exploded, bro. I don't know what to do with this. Everything went downhill. Sales tax, the economy, even some of our Disneylands had to be taken down.
You know what? Good. Fuck you, mouse.
But yeah.
But yeah, that's not bad.
That's literally, I don't even do anything for it. That is just me talking in my falsetto voice.
You're like my one talent, Mickey Mouse.
I also recently figured out how to do a female voice, which I've been trying to do for so long. I was singing a song in the shower, I slipped, I felt my throat tense up in a weird way, and then realized something. If I just stop letting all of the male vocal cords vibrate, then I can get a female sounding voice. And I'm not going to do it here because it sounds like a crying and choking 3-year-old child. But it's a start.
Fair. If you need a better tip on that, you push your voice out of your chest and into your nasal, and then you start to talk like this.
Well, the issue with that is that I don't think of my voice like that. After singing for so long... Oh, yeah, I sing.
Yeah!
After singing
I was
for
a choir
so long,
boy, so...
Nice. I thought of my vocal cords as right to left, and then beyond that, I thought of it as a spring that I could push down or pull apart, and that's how I get different voices. So right now, I'm actually, right now, this is a little deeper than my normal voice because I'm speaking kind of quiet. If you wanted to hear my normal voice, this is about what my normal voice. I don't particularly like it, and this is still a little deeper than my normal voice. If I really wanted to talk quiet and low, I can do that. This is about what I sounded like at the beginning of stream. And then if I wanted to get really low, then I would just kind of talk like I'm groaning. And
fair.
This sure is the thing. Then if I want to get high, I can just kind of pull the coil apart and move over to the right side of my vocal cords, and it can keep getting higher and higher until it's kind of scratchy and squeaky, and I can keep going freaking higher until I'm Mickey Mouse.
That's adorable.
Thank you.
I can sort of do that. I have to focus to push it back into my chest, but I normally keep it where it is now, which is like, I don't know, the vibration comes from the bottom of my throat. If I push it into my chest, I talk more like this, and I do not like this sound. It doesn't sound very...
Dad bet.
I am the dad bat. I don't like sounding like this. It makes me feel stupid. But if I push it up back to my throat, here I am, and then if I push it up to my nose, this is what I sound like. It's vocals are fun.
Vocals are very fun, and I think the craziest thing is that for the longest time, I always thought of moving left and down as making my voice deeper, but I actually found that the deepest part of my voice is actually on the right side. So like,
Oh, fun.
Like maybe 2 vocal cords over there that are like super deep that I'm using right now, and they're all the way on the right side. And so for a lot of the time when I was trying to do a kind of girly voice, I would always try to make sure that the left side of my throat, my left vocal cords weren't doing anything. But then I realized the reason that I sound masculine is because my right side vocal cords are doing stuff. And so that's how I did the female voice. And I'm not going to do it here because, again, I haven't worked on it. It sounds like a choking and dying 3-year-old.
That's completely fair.
I will sing if people want me to, but I don't know what's copyright. Anyways.
Yeah, me either.
Mood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alright, so
back
since...
to here.
Yeah. I was about to say, since you want the story to be focusing on this group of, I'm assuming teenagers, like 15 to...
More
17.
like 17, 18, but teenagers.
Oh, okay, good. Closer to young adult.
Yes. Very much closer to young adults. Partially because that's what I think I am, but it's so weird. I'm not a teenager anymore, bro. But yeah, I'm technically a little bit younger than Khan, if I remember correctly. Anyways, so that's kind of the time frame that they're going through, but this is also the particular time where they're going to be trained to be lodestars because, well, this is the prime of their life. This is when they're the best mix of teachable and mature. And, there is only one character in this story who is below 17 that is a main character, and that would be, let me see if I can remember his name. No, I can't. It's, Dewa Kenji. That's one of the names my sister told me was weird. But, Kenji,
I think Dewa is a little weird, but Kenji sounds fine. At least to me.
He's 15, but he's built like a tank.
Which, valuable. Also, get you some tea, Sarax. Oh, Himiko baby. Pata. Pet the baby.
Oh, Himiko is a baby.
Himiko is baby. But honestly, I could see that. I know Leon was like 6'2" when he was 15. With a full-ass beard. Like, this man's... I mean, as you see him, he does still have his sideburns, but look at him. Look at this guy. He's actually really big. He's a very tall man, so... I could definitely see that.
How tall is Leon? I'm curious.
6'5".
Oh, dang. I know 2 people taller than him.
Oh, God.
One of them is a 6'9" kid who was in high school when I was in middle school, and so I only knew him kind of by proxy. He was on the basketball team and on the soccer team, and he was super athletic.
That man's
the
tall.
The other one, and trust me, you think 6'9's tall? Try 7'4".
Holy fucking shit! How do you know so many tall people? Oh my god.
I don't know, but those are by far the 2 tallest I know. I know one dude who is 2 years younger than me who is 6'4" and still growing, so he might actually end up being taller than Leon, but he's not gonna be nearly as bulky. And
where are they growing these people? Damn.
I don't know, but the 7'4" dude grew up mostly in Mexico, and he kept telling people about how Mexican basketball hit different or something, but yeah, 7'4" was star of the basketball team, and he was on the school's everything because mans could literally dunk it by having a 1-foot vertical, bro.
Jeez. Oh, Himiko, 5'9", that's cute. IRL, of course. I'm 5'1".
Oh, I know.
Tiny bat.
I know one person who's older than me that's actually shorter than you, actually.
I'm 7'5"
Actually, I
in
probably know
spirit. I
multiple.
feel that, Hemi.
But I do know a girl who I actually worked with for a while. She was 4'11", and she was full of malice.
Small. Yeah, that sounds about right. The smaller you are, the more angry you get. It's like little dog syndrome, but for humans.
Yes, yes. She actually really liked being that short because it meant that she could, I forgot exactly what she said about it. I remember that one of them was the traditional, oh yeah, if I trip, I have less distance to go. But she also said, like, it's a lot easier for her to handle. One of the places that we worked at was a warehouse, and so oftentimes we would need to, like, haul boxes of giant stuff around. And she said while she can't lift or grab stuff off of high shelves, it was way easier for her to transport it because she didn't even need to, like, bend down to put stuff on trolleys.
Yeah, you just move it, just scooch it.
She can also drop things onto the ground pretty much completely safely because her arm was, like, 6 inches from the ground.
Oh, small.
Small.
I've only met, like, 2 other people that's shorter than me, and every time I hug them, I'm like, yes, me tall.
Yes.
I am a giant compared to you, little one.
Finally, I can ask, what's the weather like down there? Yes.
So I'm assuming Big Boy is gonna be a tank.
Actually, no. He is...
Oh.
If I recall correctly, he actually uses lightning. Since we've kind of gotten off topic from world building anyways, do you mind if I just kind of tell you about the entire elemental system's balancing?
Actually, yes. You could actually start marking that in the magic area, too.
Okay. I actually have an entire document dedicated to this, so I don't think I'll necessarily need to use the spreadsheet for it, since, wow, there's a lot of information.
Fair.
Okay.
I could write down a summary while you're explaining it.
Go for it. Also, side note, to anybody who's considering doing this, do it, because even if you aren't very good on stream or whatever, the fact that you have a VOD to watch later with all sorts of notes about discussing this, you have a chat to be able to help you with ideas, and you can always hear and refine yourself for whenever you need to speak to somebody next about this. It's an incredibly invaluable experience. This is literally basically just a masterclass without having to pay for it. Freaking go for it, guys. Now,
Thank you.
you're very good at this, Desmond. Thank you.
I hope so.
Even if you're not, it'll be very useful to be able to have this VOD to be able to see all the ideas that we pitched together. And I can tell you, you're definitely helpful. So don't worry too much about that.
Oh, okay, thank you. Alright, so, elements.
5 core elements. There is fire, water, lightning, earth, and air. A lot of people actually kept telling me that lightning should not be a core element, but I've actually got a lot of ideas for it, and lightning is specifically the one that I started this whole thing with. So I'm not
well,
getting rid of it.
side note real quick, people would probably not consider a lot of Japanese and even Chinese 5 elements to be the 4 core elements, quote unquote. We look at elements in a very Western light, which is fire, water, earth, air, and then whatever the 5th one is, which is spirit or essence or aura. But the way the Japanese and the Chinese do it, they use metal and wood. They don't even have wind. They have fire, water, earth, metal, and wood. And you'd think 2 of those go with, like, earth. So you can definitely do whatever element you want. There is no wrong answers. Every culture is different. People just like to judge shit based on a Western perspective. So, with that being said, continue, please. Thank you.
So, water is the one that I'm going to start with because it's most common for people to be introduced to elemental infusion via water. It's the least harmful element of all because, well, like, when was the last time you got slapped with water and it hurt real bad?
I mean, I've done some pretty gnarly belly flops.
Okay, to be fair, that's more your body hurting itself on water than water hurting you.
True.
Ah, frick, I forgot to mute. Okay. So, it's often taught to kids because, first of all, if it's something that they can't quite control, then they're not starting a fire, they're not smacking somebody with a rock, they're just making a little bit of water. Additionally, it's incredibly helpful around the house, as it helps with washing clothes, putting out campfire, cooking food, all sorts of stuff. It's centering is a very important concept in this setting, and initially I actually had it as a breathing system. And my friends told me if I was going to get serious with this, then I needed to change it, and so I came up with centering. Centering is a process in which you bring your body into an alignment with the elements, specifically maintaining your focus, breathing, pulse, rhythm, not literally your heart, and motion. So, let me find where it is. Centering water involves smooth and fluid motion, a rhythmically steady pulse, a waving pattern of breathing, and of course, a focus on the flow of water through a given path. The idea is that with water, you're going to be having very flowing movements with a steady but still rhythmic and fluid freaking what was the word for it? I've taken so long of a break from this, I shouldn't have done that.
Well, I mean, here you go, refreshing
Pulse.
yourself.
Yes, refreshing because of water, haha. I'm gonna take a sip real quick.
And yes, Himiko, the classic "if I don't use it, it's incorrect" mindset of the West. Also,
So
hi,
true.
Lobo. I see you peeking.
Hi, Lobo. I am a Fangy.
We have Fangy.
I'm gonna have a freaking I'm new redeem on my stream, and I'm gonna look at it, see somebody redeemed it, and I'm just gonna say, I'm Fangy.
Hi, I'm Fangy.
Hi, am Fangy.
Going back to game. Say nothing else.
Goes back to... Got him. What the fudge? Why am I getting a Teams call? I'm gonna reject that. Okay, if I get another call, I might have to suddenly dip. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Did I unpause the stream? Whoops.
Uh-oh.
Okay, pause that so I'm not doubling down on audio. Why is it not possible? Oh gosh. Okay, closing that.
Ban the battler. Get him out of here.
Banned. Okay. Where was I? Okay. In combat, water is the most versatile element by far, as the motions required are extremely lenient and flexible. Water users are usually the best at combining offense and defense, and usually adjust their fighting styles to counter their opponents rather than actively try to break through an opponent. However, on the flip side, water is typically the weakest in its lackluster combination of speed and power, and has issues if the skill of the water user isn't enough to see them to victory. As such, water is a very good technique if the user already has advantages in other aspects, such as combining a water user is only as hard as the user's ability makes it. Essentially, water acts as a sort of baseline to fighting with elemental infusion.
Okay.
Fighting with water doesn't give you any necessary advantages, but it doesn't give you any severe disadvantages, and is the most flexible and usable element. In other words, if you're used to fighting without an element, working on being able to fight with water is going to be the best way to start with it, because fighting with an elemental infusion involves you actually syncing your movements to that particular element's affinity. This will become very important for lightning's balance.
Okay, so as I put here, it's kind of like a jack of all trades, where it's like average and everything, master of none sort of situation.
Yes, there is one thing that it's really good at, and it's specifically combating fire, because, well, it's water against fire.
Yeah.
I mean, unless there's a chef who greases up his blade before he fights every time, in which case water's going to be a little bit less effective. Anyways, so air is the next most common elemental infusion to learn. It's way swifter than water, and is much harder to learn due to it being difficult to focus on air, because, well, water you can see and understand its flow, but with air, it's all around you at all times. It's difficult to ignore, but at the same time difficult to focus on. So, centering on air requires swift but free motion, a light pulse, and a focus on the flow of air around you. One thing that you may have noticed is that you don't actually have to change your breathing for air, because it's air. So, as long as you are breathing, air is a viable element to be able to actually use. And keep in mind, this will come up later, the fact that you just activate air by breathing, there's going to be something where breathing is not so mandatory.
Oh.
In combat, air is the most mobile element, as its motions do not restrict the user to particular movements. Air users will usually use this swiftness to enhance their strikes and allow them to defend very swiftly. However, all of this comes at the cost of having effectively no directly harmful techniques unless you are a master rank at air infusion. As the most basic of air Tay that hurts the opponent, Windblade, is considered a master technique, and as such is not taught until a student has achieved that status. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, air Tei, T-E-I, Tei. That is a technique that you use with elemental infusion, and essentially a Tei is a technique you use that directly harnesses an elemental infusion for a specific purpose. A Fei, F-E-I, is where you fuse multiple elements in order to create an actual effect from it. For example, healing is a Fei that you can achieve through different combinations. So that's a little bit of vocab for you. That's one of the things I mentioned before when I was describing one of the characters. It's difficult to talk about this without having a vocabulary basis. Tei just means
Fair.
technique, essentially. So that's all you need to know.
There we go. I added that in too.
In the specific situation of fighting an enemy larger than oneself, though, air infusion is noticeably better than any other element. Because,
Right.
well,
Using their weight against them.
using their weight against them, and also because air is, like, super freaking fast. Its entire thing is that you're able to move freely, but you're still able to move fast. Now, technically, it isn't the fastest movement element, and that's actually what we're getting into right now.
I'm assuming lightning is. Yep.
Lightning is the quintessential power-hungry element. It has very little use in day-to-day life compared to all the other elements, but its combat prowess is incredible. Centering on lightning requires rapid and rigid motion, an extremely fast pulse, light breathing, and a very, very sharp focus. Remember how I mentioned that all you need to use for breathing in air is, well, breathing?
Yeah.
In lightning, sometimes you have to breathe so fast that you're actually able to use it without breathing. Additionally, an extremely fast pulse means that all of your motions need to be incredibly fast. For example, imagine waving your hand or kicking your leg. Now imagine having a metronome attached to that action. You are able to complete one of those motions every time the metronome beats. That's what the pulse is. For lightning, imagine that you have maxed out your metronome and you're having it play 16th notes.
Oh, geez. No, thank you.
Essentially, you are easily the fastest element, but it comes at the cost of having to move that fast. Additionally, because your motions are so rigid, because of how fast you have to do them, you can't actually, do anything to... Essentially, it's extremely inflexible. Because of how often you need to move, it's difficult to use, and it's very difficult to maintain.
So you're
In
pretty
fact,
much committing.
You're very committed. And one of the things that a lot of people have pointed out to me is that it sounds like lightning is going to be incredibly difficult to fight. Unfortunately, lightning, while being a power-hungry element that only focuses on combat, it's also kind of a beginner's trap. So, Desmond, have you ever played Smash Bros?
Yes.
Okay, think about Smash Bros, alright? One of the things that many beginners do is they play as Kirby, they jump a whole bunch of times, and then they use their down B to try and hit an opponent below them. It's unexpected, seems to move fast, and you can run away right afterwards. However, if you play against an experienced opponent, they'll know several ways to counter this strategy. For example, parrying it and then grabbing, hitting Kirby before he can form into a rock, waiting for Kirby to come out of the rock so they can get a fully charged smash attack. There are tons of ways to kind of counterplay that specific strategy, even though it seems safe and quick.
Yeah.
Then, another strategy that a lot of newer players use is just smash attack constantly. Because you have a character who has very strong attacks that if they hit the opponent, they give you a ton of reward for it. If you can keep hitting your opponent with them, it's one of the fastest ways to kill them, because each hit you're doing is, well, dealing a lot of damage. It's quick, it's fast, and it's something that is difficult to get on because of how much offensive pressure it has.
Right.
Unfortunately, if your opponent understands how to maneuver in the air, or shield properly, or knows the frame data of your character, they can absolutely destroy you while you're doing that. Lightning is pretty much exactly that. It's the person spamming smash attacks. Yeah, sure, it's quick, and yeah, the attacks are extremely powerful, but while they give you the most bang for your buck in terms of swiftness and damage, they're also extremely predictable, and if you fight against an experienced enough opponent, very easy to block and counter. Now, that's not to say that lightning is the worst one, far from it.
It's just the most difficult to master.
It's the most difficult to master and seemingly the most effective in combat for a beginner, but it's not. However, because of the extremely fast pulse, it's almost impossible for lightning users to actually defend themselves. But that's actually kind of a positive in a sense. Once you completely disregard all notions of defense, lightning allows you to do. Hello, Gremlin Child. Lightning allows you to use all sorts of combat techniques and forms that aren't possible for any other element. For example, an extremely common thing to do with lightning is dual wielding. So, that's lightning. Notice how
Okay.
almost everything I said regarding lightning was in relation to combat. That's a very large part of what lightning actually is.
So it's used primarily for combat, but it's also reserved for those who actually know how to master it and know how to work with it. Otherwise, you're just going to be easily outmaneuvered by opponents who know how the game works already.
That is an accurate assessment of it if you're coming from the standing point of a sensei or a con of some sort.
Okay.
If you are, say, a delinquent who has only ever won in fights because of his extreme affinity for lightning and has never really respected the authority, it may come as a shock to you to hear that lightning is not a good thing to start with.
No,
You can
I
probably
get
see what I'm
that.
getting at. Now, the next one I'm gonna quickly check and see if chat has said anything to me.
Of course. Sarax has said lightning is fast and strong AF. I would choose fire or lightning, to be honest.
Yes, fire is actually going to bend what a lot of people here are probably expecting from it. So, that said, let's talk about Earth instead. Earth is the element most easily centered to, and is often the go-to third element to learn for pupils. I skimmed over it. Usually it's water, then air, and then after that, people don't necessarily learn more until they're older. If you are specifically trying to have a flow chart of the elements to learn and in what order, it's usually going to be water, air, earth, fire, and then lightning. So, Earth is very easy to center to. It's not especially useful for most people's day-to-day life, but those living in the countryside can often find uses for it. While most elements don't have... Oh, right. So, centering on an element doesn't usually actually change your body's capabilities to a very large degree.
Hold
Earth
that thought
is
real quick. Tarochi! You are not new! Redeems. Hi, I'm new. No, I gotta redeem from Tarochi. Or not redeem. Resubscribe for 5 months. Holy hell. I'm very happy about that.
That is a large number.
It is Lorg. Thank you, Tarochi, for the 5
Hi,
months.
I'm
How
new.
you doing? I know he said redeems. Hi, I'm new, but he didn't actually do it. So,
Safe from Banuni.
He's playing it safe so Asagi doesn't eat his ankles.
Am I good to continue now?
Yes.
Okay.
Himiko redeemed it, I see.
Shall I wait for that then?
Yes, please. I'm sorry. hold your thoughts. Keep them in your mind. I see you, Himiko. Usagi, attack when you can. Thank you. But hi, for those of you who are new, I am Desmond Dracula, Vampire Bat Butler, also known as a Battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as Worldbuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. First thing first, me just doing my job is true. But yeah, Tarochi, thank you so much for dropping in and saying hi, and I love you. Alrighty, we're good to continue. I be dancing. I love that little emote. It makes me so happy.
Happy day.
Alrighty,
Okay.
so, Earth. Easy to center to. Not especially useful unless you're in the countryside, and I'm assuming using it for, like, mining operations?
Yes, mining operations is a very big one for Earth users. I believe that at one point I was actually going to make it so that it was a federal law that you had to have an Earth Center, like a dedicated Earth Center person on the job at all times. Then laws did not go that way.
Fair.
So, while centering with other elements doesn't actually give your body any physical enhancements, to any significant degree at least, Earth is actually a very particularly notable exception. It is able to increase a user's physical strength and durability to an incredibly remarkable degree, which is why I can have teenagers in my setting hit each other with bladed weapons and not kill each other.
Valid.
Essentially, I just had to make something equivalent to what was it? Ruby. What did Ruby do? I forgot what it was called.
I don't know.
Whatever.
I'm assuming you're talking about the show Ruby.
Yeah, show Ruby.
Yeah, I haven't watched it, so I can't help you.
Oh man, Aura maybe? I think it was Aura. Whatever. Anyways, if anybody in chat wants to mention it, feel free to.
Yes, please, because me, I'm the dumb. Me, I'm not no.
I feel that. Oh no, my. Okay. Strictly speaking, the only thing required to begin Earth infusion is having your feet on the ground and focus on the ground you stand on. And as such, it is often a baseline for pupils to reach before they can begin proper training. They need to use Earth infusion while also using infusion with another element. So something I haven't brought up yet is the idea of. Oh, thank you, Usagi. Very good, Banini.
Yes.
It is in fact called Aura. So
Lovely
with
Benini.
Earth, where the frick was I? Okay, so
Earth
I haven't
infusion
talked
must
about
be
it
with
too
another
much.
element.
Yes, I haven't talked about it too much, but infusing multiple elements into your body is something that you actually need to be able to do in order to become a lodestar, and it's one of the baselines for teaching star pupils towards the beginning. Because while you can use Te quite a lot, Fei is also very important, and as I mentioned before, it's a fusion technique. So, Earth is a very common baseline to use for people trying to infuse two elements into themselves. Let's see here. Where was I? In combat, Earth is the absolute best at defense and has an absolutely devastating amount of power if it is used to attack. However, due to its motions being quite slow, it is rare to find a full-blown Earth user in combat. Any other element can strike 2 or 3 times in the same time it takes for one proper Earth attack, but on the flip side, Earth users can often straight up tank strikes to their exposed skin. Earth is also usually the best element to infuse with while centering on another element because of its defensive capabilities, or because its defensive capabilities are very unique to itself.
Okay. So I wrote all that down. Oh.
It is noteworthy to mention that the Earth element itself doesn't actually increase your striking strength a whole lot, but it increases your essentially, you know the difference between trying to punch a door closed versus trying to push a door closed?
Yeah.
If you punch a door with Earth Elemental Infusion, you're not going to punch too much harder. But if you push a door, you will be pushing it much harder.
Mm-hmm.
Now, lastly, Fire. This one's going to shock a lot of people, but Fire is actually the most balanced element in combat. And since it's fire, and there's not a lot of electricity, it's got some good uses in day-to-day life. Providing heat, light, and controllable destruction, it is used in all walks of life to at least some degree. It is often among the last elements to be learned or taught due to the destructive nature of fire when uncontrolled, but its teetering balance between how essential it is to life and how easily it can end life is shown quite brightly in its combat use. Centering on fire, and I think this one's pretty cool, centering on fire involves fast but free motions, a rhythmically steady pulse, slow and controlled breathing, and a good amount of focus on the task at hand. Its versatility in combat is second to none, and as it allows for a wonderful mixture of every other element's best parts, though it is by no means always the best element to use. Notably, it is very weak against water-infused enemies and thus can be countered, but if the enemy does not infuse with water specifically, then it can be devastatingly flexible in how it fights, and is a very common choice to fight with due to its versatility. So, to explain the difference between water and fire in terms of how they fight in combat, fire actually does have benefits for you in combat without having too many drawbacks. Essentially, water is the weaker version of fire in combat, unless it's water versus fire.
Yeah.
Fire, on the other hand...
Serax, water can be evaporated, but if we're looking at this from a magical sense, people could easily unevaporate that water and bring it back. I'm assuming people can pull upon the water in the air if they try hard enough, if it's in the process of being evaporated. Also, boiling water can still put out fire.
This is true. Boiling water can still put out fire. However, Serax, I would like to mention that what you mentioned is a planned plot point, so don't worry too much.
Oh.
So the idea behind fire is that it's essentially all of what water is, but it also acts more... Essentially, water is the weakest striking element, aside from air, which is essentially the same strength as water.
Right.
Fire actively does improve your ability to fight, whereas water allows you to fight with an element. So fire is water with extra benefits. It's water with benefits. Water plus, there we go.
That's true. If you boil water, it can do damage.
Yes, boiled water
Y'all
can
both
do
right.
damage, and I would like it if you guys would stop unintentionally spoiling plot point. I'm kidding. So, one big thing I wanted to mention is combining elements. It's different from infusing multiple elements, but if you combine multiple elements, it is theorized that you could get different elements. One of the elements that lots of people are searching to try and use is ice, which theoretically would be a combination of some amount of water, air, and earth. So, the problem with this is that it is known already for elemental infusion to be a dangerous process, and so going from elemental infusion, which is very, very well taught, very well documented, and all sorts of things like that, to infusing multiple elements, which has not been documented or precedented, it's a very dangerous leap. And so, people who do that are generally considered unsafe to live with or be near. Also, there's one last thing, and it's essentially you have star pupils, then you have cons and lodestars, then you have masters. Beyond masters, there are different ranks, such as master, then grandmaster. But the absolute highest rank you can reach isn't actually a rank. It's you've reached a Zen state with your element of choice.
Oh, kind of like enlightenment.
Yes, pretty much exactly like enlightenment. You understand that element so thoroughly that it's just there. You now are innately part of it. And that's why it's so significant that one of the main characters is innately fire. So, that is like 90% of the material I've written for this entire story, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay. I mean, that's a good starting point.
Would you believe me if I told you I wrote all that in 30 minutes one night randomly because I felt inspired?
Yeah, it sounds like that sounds like something you do.
Mm-hmm.
I also have, like I said, I do have slight ADHD brain, so
yeah,
I can see that.
The basis for all of this was I was in bed one night and I was like, huh, so like lightning could be an element in this thing that I've been told to think up. What would be the drawbacks of it? Because in theory, it would strike harder and faster than anything else, considering the actual real-life properties of lightning. And then I was thinking, wait, what if it did that, and it just hurt you for doing that? And that's where this entire thing started. Like, the entire thing. After this, I told one of my friends, and they were like, yo, wait, you should do something, like, with Demon Slayer with this. And I was like, oh, true, I should do that. And then he said, but wait, you should, like, not watch Demon Slayer and do it. And I was like, pog. And now I'm stuck with this.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Well, to be fair, it did lead me to meeting you, so, that's pretty pog.
You're pog.
You're pog.
Meh. Also, Sarek says, if a fire mage heats up air too much, water will be evaporated all the time, so new casts by water won't be effective, so yeah.
Oh, I should probably mention, these people aren't using these elements that are already... They are literally...
They're manifesting it.
Yes, they don't take water from somewhere else so that it can be in their attacks. They are just making water.
Yeah, it's not like Avatar where you have to work with what's there, unless you're a firebender, in which case you're a fucking cheater. But, they're literally creating it. They're not, taking it from a pre-existing piece of land or water.
That said, they can do that, which obviously makes it so that if you're fighting somebody who's reached a Zen state with water, and you're fighting them right next to the ocean or a lake or something, probably best that you get out of there. But, yeah, they can do that, and that's actually another one of the drawbacks to lightning, because I will tell you this, to be honest with you, most of the people that I've presented this idea to have been very concerned with the idea of lightning, because it seems very powerful. That's why every time I talk about lightning, I go on a tirade about how bad it is in a lot of aspects.
Well, I understand it. Okay, so, full disclosure. I play League. as I'm sure everyone knows. You've seen me play it
Oh,
a few
no.
times. I'm so sorry. I've streamed it. I'm a dirty League streamer now, I know.
Oh no, Desmond, no.
But I understand fully well what it means to have a very OP concept, but you just don't know how to fucking use it. For example, there are characters in League, they're called champions, and there's a lot of strong champions in that game. However, if you don't know how to play them, you fucking suck and you lose, and you're like, what happened? This champ is so strong. This guy went like 20-0 and kicked my ass with this character. It's because they knew how to use him. They knew the core mechanics of the character. They knew exactly when to do something. With said character, they know the unfollowed. I'm sorry, Himiko, I've disappointed you.
Unfollow.
But they're not just looking at the abilities and going, oh, these are strong. They're looking at the abilities and knowing when to use them, not what they do. So I understand completely why lightning is this very strong thing, but very difficult to master.
Yes, and even when mastered, it is, when mastered, probably the most difficult element to fight against because, again, imagine somebody swinging 2 swords at you at the pace of 124 beats per minute at, like, 4 beats per beat. Man's coming at you with, like, 400 slices per 60 seconds.
Thank you for the pet.
But the issue is that pretty much the entire time, he's destroying his own body by doing it. And so, lightning infusion innately is dangerous to, well, everybody involved. Kind of like lightning.
Yeah.
So, that all out of the way, elemental infusion is a part of daily life for all these people, and water and fire especially are very commonly used by people to get things done. It's ingrained into their culture, and so there aren't any laws banning the use of it. Like, one of the things that I had heard was, like, comparing it to My Hero Academia quirks wouldn't make sense to ban the use of it in public, and no. That'd be like, imagine having a town lit entirely by torches, but you couldn't carry a candle around. That's kind of how I imagined banning elemental infusion.
Right.
So,
governed
right.
but legal.
Medicine. That's actually a topic that I did kind of want to discuss. Do you think I should have medicine in this, considering there is literally healing techniques? I imagine that I should, but I'm not sure how to go about it.
I'm assuming yes, but not as much as we have. It would probably be medicines that enhance the healing rather than be a substitute. Because if they're focusing very hard on being able to just naturally heal, and I don't know how easy it is to learn performance enhancing drugs. I don't know how easy it is to learn how to heal. So the first step would be, well, how easy is it to heal? How easy is it to get to someone who can heal? If you can't, like, let's say you're in a town that doesn't have that, of course you're going to need medications of some sort. Yeah, how much healing is present and how much needs to make that up. Also, what can healing do? What's its limitations? For example, if someone broke their leg and, standard healing can't fix broken bones, they're still going to need a splint. So think about the limitations of healing so you can figure out what kind of medications you need.
One of the things that I actually want to separate in the healing Fae is, just because you know how to heal your pet cat does not mean you know how to heal a person.
True.
A lot of healing is innate knowledge of what you're actually healing. If you understand the anatomy of a broken leg, or a leg in the first place, and you see one that's broken, you have a much better chance of being able to heal it correctly than somebody who just knows how to heal it. And same hat for things like viruses. If you are somebody who studied medicine because your family was full of immunologists and virologists back in the day, and they've passed down that knowledge to you, you can probably heal somebody's... Crap, I can't think of a virus. Virus.
The flu.
I don't know. The flu, true. Actually, yeah, that's actually a really good example. If your family used to be immunologists,
how many gays does it take to not say
knowledge of
bovid?
the flu, no bovid.
No bovid.
no bulbied. If your family was full of immunologists in the past, then you would be able to heal people of the flu if you knew how to heal and you knew about the flu. If you know about bruises and stuff, or if you've healed enough bruises or had enough bruises in the past, then you can heal those. So, different doctors for different things. It's essentially the exact same as it is now, except instead of the doctors giving you a note you can't read, they pronounce some words you can't say, and then bobbity boobity. And there's no actual incantations. I've actually never really been a big fan of incantations for
I
magic.
haven't either. It's so silly. I like the more spiritual Eastern focus type magic rather than, Avada Kedavra and then,
Yeah, I've actually always had a very specific idea of how I want magic to be. I don't like religious magic for some reason. I do like white mages and like Final Fantasy and stuff, but I don't like magic being inherently tied to religion.
Yeah.
I don't like incantations. One of the big things that stops me from enjoying a lot of things is that I don't like wands, except for very specifically Harry Potter wands, which, despite Harry Potter going against a lot of the stuff I'm usually okay with, I actually really like Harry Potter. But basically my idea of magic is staff user who makes cool things happen without saying anything, and that's what I want from magic. Also,
like
totems are
Gandalf.
cool. Gandalf, and if you've ever played Epic Battle Fantasy, I think my first experience with a mage that I really liked was actually Natalie from Epic Battle Fantasy, and don't draw any conclusions about why I liked Natalie.
Well, I've never played it, so I'm sorry. Also, Pyrian said, some physical healing for small wounds and minor injuries could work. Healing magic for larger would probably be harder. That's their suggestion.
I think what Pyrian was trying to say was that physical healing and medicine mostly goes for like smaller injuries and wounds. Like, for example, you're not going to use your
I read it completely stupid. I read it backwards.
It's all good. But yeah, I do think that that's definitely going to be a baseline for it. But I'm not sure. I think I'm still going to have like specialists for healing. For example, just because you can heal bruised skin doesn't mean you can heal a virus.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily just
two
a
completely
skill
different
diff.
things.
It's also a knowledge diff. You can be an incredibly talented healer who knows how to heal all sorts of stuff, and there's this random disease that comes along and you have no idea how to heal it.
Exactly.
So still the same limitations of current medicine, but like, for example, you don't go to your dentist to get your foot checked out, right? You can. They'll probably know better than somebody who's not a doctor at all, but they're not going to be able to help you. Same way with healing. You can go to a mouth healer. I don't freaking know. But yeah, same limitations, just with wavy hands and glowy lights instead of prescription pills.
Yeah, like the difference between a general practitioner and a surgeon. I'm sure there's going to be general practitioners of this healing, but I'm sure there's also going to be specialists as well who focus primarily on certain parts of the body.
I'm trying to sass you by suggesting that you change this version of It's because it's the wrong version of It's. I can't be sassy, dang it. So, okay, that is a really good baseline for medicine, actually. For education, this is actually probably the most weird thing that I've been talking about, because remember how I mentioned that this was like modern society fell apart into more primitive technology?
Yes.
I decided that after I went on the hiatus. Up until now, I wasn't actually thinking about that. I just kind of wrote stuff with older technology in mind, and then realized, oh frick, I just made a freaking modern school in feudal Japan.
Oops.
So, I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, I said before that I'm probably just gonna do what I personally experienced with school. Do you think that it would be worth it, or if it would be appropriate, or if it would really just mostly just worth it to actually learn how the whole Japanese school system works, or do you think that wouldn't really fit with this kind of setting?
I say look into it, but you can definitely make changes because 50 years have passed. If you need help with that, I know that Japanese schooling works basically like ours, but it also depends on where you are, because not as many people are focused on going to school. There's some people who just straight up drop out, like, at the age of 14, and it's completely normal. In Tokyo, probably not as much. It's considered a lot more quote-unquote modern, where kids are usually encouraged to get an education up to about 18 years old until they start going to college. School is also very competitive there, so you have to keep your grades up at all times because you're trying to get into the best schools. Not just any high school will do. I also know some schools have a school day on Saturday up to noon, which is bullshit, but a lot of schools are actually cutting that out. So that just depends on where these kids are going to school. You can kind of bend the rules on that. You can be like, okay, maybe this school abolished the whole Saturday at noon thing because, you know, that it just didn't work for them. And hey, maybe some kids commonly drop out, who knows? Or maybe it's more mandatory because these 50 years have made it more mandatory in general after everything that's happened. Also, welcome back, Ottercut.
Hello.
So you could take a bit of that. I also know it's very common for students to be very community-oriented. They love doing, I almost said a convention. They love doing cons. No, they love doing, like, school events
Oh,
where
I
they...
love doing con.
Whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Ooh. But they love doing these things where they decorate their rooms and they have, like, little festivals in their schools where they show off their clubs and all that. Clubs are also very important to them. So if you want to take aspects of that, go for it, but it doesn't have to be a hard and fast rule, because not every school in Japan does that either. It just depends on what the town has. Yes.
How accurate are Persona 4 and Persona 5 to the Japanese school system?
Pretty accurate.
Okay, because that's definitely the best link that I have to the Japanese school system. I just kicked a bag of hot Cheetos. What the frick is that doing there? Okay, sorry.
Yes, the summer festivals. Thank you, Himiko.
So I might base it off that. Oh yeah, festivals are actually a huge part of my setting. I don't know how I haven't talked about them yet. Okay, so remember how I mentioned this is a very resource-based society?
Yes.
Well, one of the biggest things that people do for resources is festivals. So festivals aren't necessarily a super normalized thing like they are in our society. For example, like, in our society, everybody thinks they know all the festivals, and then there's more. But
yeah,
the idea behind a festival in our society is it's a day off from school, and you get to do whatever the frick you want, and some people have days off work for certain days. And the idea behind festivals here isn't that it's based around a modern society's kind of like what's gone on and past events and stuff. What it is it's essentially these are it's more like farmers markets kind of stuff. Essentially, Harvest Day, you have when everything's going to start going bad from Harvest Day, and so they're selling preserved goods. You have winter sales, you have celebrations of when cons have come into town. There are celebrations and holidays for past events still, but much less common. A really big one is the graduation festival for school and the promotion festival for star pupils. Essentially, every time somebody moves up in the world, there is going to be a huge festival for it, since towns are relatively close-knit. And usually it's because of a batch system. Essentially, you're not going to celebrate every time somebody graduates or drops out of high school or gets hired. You're going to do it when there's like a mass influx of it. So when a bunch of students graduate, you have a graduation festival. When a bunch of plants are harvested, you have a harvest festival. When you have been blessed with, bounty after a famine, you're going to have a bountiful festival, whatever the heck. And so, one of the things that festivals revolve around is resources, and the other thing it revolves around is recent occurrences. There are like a couple of like, this is when Akatai Khan saved the world or whatever, but for the most part, it's like, hey, a Khan visited us. Let's have a festival for it.
Cute. Would they combine these with the old world festivals of Japan? Also, Ottercut, you're not being rude. That's funny. I am pee-pee. I am dumb pee-pee. They said Battuber could be translated to dumb pee-pee in my language.
Okay, so, my dad went on his religious mission to somewhere in China. And I'm not gonna get too deep into this because religion icky, but, while he was there, he got a mission companion, and I don't remember his actual name, but his nickname now is Toast, because in China, the way that you're supposed to address the missionaries from my church is brother and then their last name. Unfortunately, though, brother, if you pronounced it a little differently, could be translated instead to cockroach. And this person's last name in particular, if you mispronounced it a little bit or got a tone different, it would be Toast. And so instead of brother whatever his last name was, he was Cockroach Toast. And so to this day, my dad is still really close with him. He's a really cool and really weird guy. He is like super shredded, by the way. And we still call him Toast. I don't even remember his name. I just call him Toast.
Roach Toast. Nice.
Roach Toast. Okay,
I
where
would
oh, yeah.
be sad. Well, now I'm dumb pee-pee. That's my legacy.
Yo, I feel that. That should be my legacy. Dumb Fangy.
No, you're not dumb.
Well, I am a Fangy, so.
You are Fangy.
True.
So back on the education.
Huh?
Back on the school and education. Oh no, wait, we're talking about festivals.
The festivals. For festivals, I am scared to combine it with old traditional Japanese festivals because I don't know any of them at all.
Let's go into them, shall we?
Sure. Actually, before we do that, I'm going to take another bathroom break.
Of course.
I've been sipping too much.
I feel that. Alrighty, so I have pulled up Wikipedia. Aww. He redeemed a sippy time for himself. I'm gonna get a sippy real quick. Ow. Oh, he peeking. How are you guys doing, by the way? How you guys liking it? How you guys enjoying this lovely discussion of two ADHD-riddled brains trying to stay on topic? I'm doing good. You're tired. I am so sorry. Do you need a nap? Does Serax need a little tuck in and a nap? Do you need me to read you a bedtime story? I will. I'll do it. It won't be a very good bedtime story. Good, you guys Worldbuild. I try to write stuff. Good luck on your writing, by the way. I won't ask what it is, just in case it's, like, personal or anything, but I wish you the good luck. Small birthday hat on left ear. You want a birthday hat on my ear? Let's see how that works. Birthday hat. Birth on my left ear? My left or your left? I'm gonna do my left. I'm gonna do it on your left. I put it on the tip like this. Just kinda, yeah, hold on. There we go. I have a birthday hat on. A little useless. Aw, because I'm trying and I'm not helping. No, you're helping. There's nothing wrong with coming up with different suggestions because it helps people understand either limitations or make them go, oh yeah, that could work. I'm back. There has been some new world building, or did y'all all get ADHD distracted along the way? A bit of both, Penguin, I ain't gonna lie. Put the Pokemon on your other shoulder. Oh, I will, once it is redeemed. There we go. It's my little moral support of Poplio. But yeah, what we're doing. we're trying our best. I'm gonna get a bit more sippy. I'm also looking over Shinto. Welcome back. So I have pulled up nationwide festivals, and I'm assuming nationwide festivals would be the most influential because it was a universal constant before the issues that happened.
Before we go into that, I actually really wanted to mention something.
Okay, go for it.
Yo, anybody in chat, but especially Serix, please, if you think of anything cool or weird or devastating or creative about anything that I've talked about, please share it. I am not only super open to these ideas, but one of the things I really want to focus on in my story is just how absurd combat can be and how, like, different things can work together or different things can clash, all sorts of stuff. Yes, fire can generate smoke. I do have one character who's going to be using it as a flare, but now that you mention it like that, I could use it as a smoke screen. But, like, seriously, if you think of anything like that, absolutely mention it. I will take note of it.
Yeah. Ninja.
Yes, ninjas. I actually have a document open that was for taking notes on this until I realized, wait, there's just going to be a VOD that I can review. And
Yeah.
also listen to Desmond's voice again. That's even better than notes. And I'm just going to start using that for any suggestions y'all have, because seriously, I will take any. Even if I don't think that they're possible, or if they're bad, or ineffective, or a joke, or anything, I will take note of them, because, like I said, I get inspiration from stuff by filling in the gaps that I don't know. So, if you suggest anything, even if it's an incomplete thought, just please do it.
I agree with that.
Uh-oh, Otter, did I confuse you?
Oh.
Basically what I just said is, if you have any creative ideas using the anything that I've mentioned, mention them, because I will take note of them.
Any ideas or things you want to say or questions you have, go for it. There are no wrong answers here. It's all suggestion, and we're all just here to world build.
And Desmond, feel free to bring attention to any of them, since I can't actively look at chat the entire time.
Fair. Also, Serax, I'm pretty sure any element could counter any element if done good enough. Going back to League again, because he said, I still think fire can counter water, evaporating all water casting, but it could easily happen if the fire infuser, I suppose, is more skilled than the water infuser.
In this particular case, I think that it would have to be more of a training diff than a skill diff. Like,
Yes.
the fire user has that much more fire to use. Also, fire zen that takes the form of sunlight, that's pretty freaking radical.
That's spooky.
Literal Avatar state. Okay, anyways, we were
It reminded
going
me
over,
of the Sun Warriors a little bit from Avatar,
Sun
actually.
Warriors.
Yeah, the Sun Warriors, the dudes with the dragons.
I need to say this right now, because otherwise it's going to be misconceived.
Have you never watched Avatar?
I have, but not really. I've seen all of it. I was not watching all of it.
Oh, fair.
That is a big issue, because this entire thing, like I mentioned before, was inspired by trailer theory-esque Demon Slayer knowledge, but the issue is that it turned so far into the Avatar direction that everybody assumes that this was based on Avatar and that I'm an Avatar fan. I'm not. And unfortunately, because of how true that is, I can't now, because I have to do the whole movie trailer theory song and dance for Avatar now as well.
Aw.
I have, however, gone and watched a couple of compilations of Toph being awesome, because wow, I love Toph. Toph is awesome.
Okay, if after all of this and you have everything down and you do want to watch it, I could not recommend it enough. Avatar The Last Airbender is so fucking good.
I have heard nothing but good things about it, I'm gonna be honest
Every
with you.
single episode is beautiful and a masterpiece, save for one. And even the creators... No. Well, the movie doesn't exist. We don't look at that.
True.
We don't look at that. But apparently there is just one episode that people don't really care for, and even I still watch it sometimes. But the showrunners the creators even acknowledge that that episode was kind of funky. We're not gonna talk about that. It's just a really good fucking show.
Alright, I gotta type up all of what Pinguina just said, because that's radical.
Messages, looks like magic feels like Magica style of magic system. Oh, that's a lot of words for magic. I feel silly. Which is element based and an absolute clusterfuck of magic and special spells. You conjure 2 units of fire and 1 water. You get 1 unit of vapor and 1 of fire, which it can become fire breath and stuff. Maybe. It sounds almost like chemistry. We were talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender because I have a problem and I love that show.
Okay, I got all of it down.
Nice.
Pinguina. Okay, I'm not gonna
Magica
note
as a
down the AK.
respectable mage, you can pull out an AK and just shoot people.
Bro, okay, one of my friends mentioned if I were in this world, I would use fire and earth. And I was like, okay, that seems like a pretty standard combination. Fire is a very popular combat element, and earth is pretty much mandatory for anybody. And he said, no, it's because I could make a gun. And I was like, how would you make a gun? He said, pick up rock that I make, shoot rock with fire. Gun.
Gun.
So that's banned.
It's banned. You're like, not allowed. Cannot gun.
No,
Ottercut
I
says,
might
I learned that
have-
soldiers with swords, when facing a full armored person, they took their sword by the blade to punch the armored guy with the handle, because armor actually blocks well with the blade, but not the heavy punch from the handle.
Yeah, that's actually
Yep,
that
blunt
was
objects.
displayed. That was actually displayed in that game For Honor, which took off for about 6 months.
Yeah, I heard that game was
One of-
good, and then it just completely disappeared.
Yeah, one of the finishers that you could use is the knights. You would do like a slash, and then you would flip the sword around, and you'd smack them with the handle.
You
Because
just
yeah,
thunk someone.
literally, if you ever want to test it for yourself, go get a block of wood and try not a block of wood. Go and get like, or actually, heck, just think about it like this, okay? Would you rather hit a car door with a rock to dent it, or would you try and cut through the door with your key?
Oh no, I definitely hit it with a rock.
So
Also,
by
that's
that
why so many
exact
weapons
logic-
exist in medieval Europe, because the armors kept evolving with like curves on them, which makes blades actually slide off of the armor. It
Mhm.
doesn't even do anything. So people went, fuck you, I'm making a Morning Star then.
Mhm.
And then they started battering people with giant fucking clubs and like chains with
Mhm.
balls on them with spikes, and they're like, fuck your dented armor, bitch. It's great.
Mhm. It's really interesting to look at that kind of
Monkey
stuff.
brain, big rock.
And actually, I want to bring attention to this. That's actually why I don't have armor in my setting. That's why instead it is Earth Elemental Infusion. Because
Fair.
your body, like a human body, or I guess in this case, a battler body, it is actually engineered incredibly well to protect you from all kinds of damage. Your body can withstand a lot of physical threats just from the epidermal layer, the skin. Because the skin protects all of your it protects literally everything except like the inside of your mouth and like your eyes, I guess, the inside of your ear. It protects literally everything from any minor trauma, like for example cutting yourself on a piece of wall that the paint is scrapped off a little bit of, or like, you know, you trip and fall. Your skin is able to protect your bones from shattering in a sense, because the epidermal layer is both a cushion and a protective barrier. So, this is actually something my dad taught me, because throughout like 2.5 years of my schooling, he forced me to, not forced, but had me wear flats, which are basically just a second sock that have rubber on the bottom so that your feet don't melt off when you walk on 110-degree asphalt. But
Yeah, I know those.
he told me the human body has way more protective anything in it than we could ever realistically engineer for you to put on without having you put on a full suit of armor. So, by that logic, if you practice and improve your body, you will go way further in life with less health issues than somebody who always had to cover up their feet more. So, because of that, he had me go through 2 of my serious development years wearing flats so that way my feet could develop better. And I'll be honest, it frickin' worked. The human body is just amazing in terms of how much it can not die to. And so that's why I actually have Earth Elemental Infusion give you the defense buff rather than having armor on. Also, so that way my characters can look snazzy.
Okay. Which, it does make sense. We are tough creatures.
Mhm.
We can pretty much... Dude, the human body is... fucking weird. But no, I definitely understand everything and why you would choose to do that. Because one, I'm not gonna lie, just putting stone on yourself, a la Avatar does do that. It's cool and all, but it does make you really limited in terms of how fighting could work.
Mhm.
That, and it just kind of makes it feel like IKEA D&D.
IKEA D&D.
Dungeons and Dragons, where you just like cup yourself in diamond or rock. Yes, Zebra, hello! Welcome in, by the
Hi,
way.
Zipper.
Yeah, Zebra, it's the beautiful pillow. It's the pillow to go with
Hello.
your blanket.
Oh, that's true. I am the blanky boy.
You've been
I
saving.
know what D&D
Uh-oh.
is. I didn't know if I heard IKEA right.
No, you heard it right.
What? Huh?
I use
Hmm.
IKEA to just mean off-brand, or like a worse.
Why though? IKEA's like an on-brand thing.
Oh,
for
I know,
furniture.
but it's just something that's associated in my brain now.
That's fair. Okay.
It's like you're putting it together, so it might not come out the best because I've been making it.
Zedder has been saving.
That's true. Today is an art stream, but if you do redeem something, I will make a note of it and I will work on it Monday.
I mean, with how much ADH distraction we've had, I'm sure that you could probably just draw it when we're not talking about my work.
No, I wouldn't
by
do
the end of the
that.
stream.
I wouldn't do that. Alrighty. Then send me your references and I'll get working on that Monday morning.
Oh man, what if I just saved up enough sugar cubes to make my entire webcomic for free?
I mean, that'd be a fucking hell of a lot of sugar cubes, but I mean, if you want to try.
Alright, so I gotta start with a tier 3 subscription.
Also, we're good.
Fear.
How are you doing, Fangy? Zebra has asked.
Oh, I've been doing pretty good. Especially because I get to talk to this cute battler.
But yeah, we're doing good, Zedder. How are you doing? And I'm having a good week so far. Halfway through. Did some art and some Hades. And now we have a lovely guest on today, Fangy, also known as the wonderful, and of course, his reputation precedes him, Pie Bagel Made Level 0 Zombie Fangy.
That's me. I'm also known as the Blanky Boy.
The Blanky Boy. Otter asks, can heart control refined heart product like diamond or rupees or even coal?
I'm assuming that's supposed to mean heat control.
Oh, heat. Yeah, probably. Can heat control refined heat product?
Yes.
Like diamond, rubies, and coal.
It's not as profitable as one may expect because there are so many natural resources that need to go around that just selling the resources that you have would be more profitable than putting the time and effort into making it into something it isn't. So making diamond from coal is possible, but there's not really that much of a need for diamond.
Oh, earth, not heart.
Oh, that also works. Yes, Earth can in fact produce gemstones such as that, but usually in relatively small quantities because Earth can't actually create specific things, but it can create specific things that contain things. So for example, you can't make crystal in of itself, but you sure as heck can stock up on crystal by making rocks that have crystals.
Okay, so it's kind of like a...
You get a clump of stuff.
Right. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, good night, Serex.
Oh yay, night-night Serex, pata-pata. Have a shotgun and 5% battery. Oh, Jesus. Be careful with both.
True.
Talked more about moving it. Oh, can they move minerals?
Oh, yes, they absolutely can.
Okay. So they could, like, if they find a piece of iron ore or, like, a pot of ruby, like, jammed into the side of a mountain, they could just, like, rip that out?
I should mention, it's not like, okay, in a sense, every element can manipulate and move and create the element that it's attached to. For example, if you're swinging your sword around with water, you can create a water trail behind it and slightly in front of it, and so on and so forth. But, you can't necessarily, like, telekinetic move things around. You can't pick up a fire with your brain and put it somewhere else. You'd have to direct it in some way.
Okay.
That's why there's limitations on things like pulse and motion.
So they'd probably need a tool to get that out then, even still.
Well, let's say that you had, I don't know, sharp, pointy crystal on a rock, and you had enemy that should be stabbed by something pointy. Then you could then use your elemental infusion with earth by centering on it, and then you could direct that rock into the bad guy's throat or something. So you would be able to propel it, but it wouldn't be like telekinetic being able to move around. You'd have to commit your actual motions and actions to be able to do such a thing.
Okay. Pyrian said, what if following the specialist logic was, I was a geologist and knew the makeup of gems that I wanted to make and used the materials to go into it to try and get some? Like, what if Pyrian, what if someone specifically studied geology and studied rocks and their nature and was able to further refine the creation using their earth infusion?
Yeah, absolutely. You could do that.
Hell
Nowadays, we make fake diamonds, right? They are literally
that's true,
diamonds,
we
but with
do.
a more perfect structure. So, by that logic, if that's what you're going for, Pyrian, then yes, that is absolutely possible. And you can also make, with Earth specifically, you can't make the specific materials, but you can absolutely get them. So if you needed a crystal of some kind, you couldn't just make a crystal, but you could have Earth come out of the ground and then grab a crystal from it and then put it back in place.
Okay, and Ottercut says you need some sort of catalyst to do your infusions?
Not exactly. Think of it more like, in Avatar, when Toph is making something out of the earth, she moves to manifest it.
Right.
That. You gotta do that.
Okay.
But with earth in specific, it's a very slow motion and pulse, so you can't do a whole lot of things at once like Toph does. That's what kind of limits the earth element from being insanely ridiculous.
Yeah, because it's a very hard hitter.
Mm-hmm. And also, that's why Earth, one of the reasons Earth has such great defense is you can literally just block stuff with the ground.
This is gonna make me sound like a nerd, but it reminds me of Nightmare from Soul Calibur, where all of his moves are super slow, but he hits like a truck.
I'll be honest, the entire time I was doing it, I was just thinking of Ganondorf from Smash Bros.
Yeah, Ganondorf and Nightmare do work pretty close to each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're playing a heavy in Smash Bros.
Yes. I think one of my friends actually said it best. It feels like if Shulk was always in shield art, but had the attack power of Ganondorf, and he didn't have a sword extend.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
Mm-hmm. Or, I guess, just Bowser. Anyways,
Pinguina, you're so cute. Pinguina said they were talking about Magica, which is a game on Steam, which is what they were referencing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's fine. It's fine, Pinguina. You're allowed to rant and ramble and
Absolutely.
go on tangents. I do that.
That's pretty much all we've been doing this stream, if we're being honest.
Yeah. Oh, are there any elements that you can infuse together?
No. At
Where
the
they,
moment,
like,
there are none
clash?
that you can't infuse together. There are some that clash real hard, but there are none that you can't.
So I could use water and fire if I wanted?
You could, and at the moment I have plans for that to be a rather prevalent thing in one of the characters. Another really big one is lightning and fire usually creates a detonation where the fire is.
Okay.
Oh,
so
for a
there's
second there,
not.
I thought I was glitching out.
Oh no, you're fine. So
is there constantly a changing anonymous person in here? Because, like, this has changed like 8 times, and I like the anonymous dinosaur a lot. I want him to stay.
Me too. That might actually be me, because I have 2 instances of the document pulled up. If you can control water and fire, can you control mist?
You might be thinking of steam. Yes, you can. Steam and mist both actually stem from water control, so you can do that. Water is actually able to change the water. A water user is able to a degree, change the water's temperature. That's one of the benefits of water. So as a water user, you can make water and then get it to boiling even without fire. Fire would just make that a whole lot faster, and you could summon it at boiling temperatures if you were to use both at once. And mist itself is just, it's kind of like the way that dust is. It's just dust is a lot of little bits of earth in the air. Mist is just lots of little bits of water in the air. So yes, you can control mist with just water. You can have finer control over it with fire and or air to also go with it, but mist itself is controllable by water.
Neat. Alrighty, so on to festivals. With fire, can you control heat? Asks Pinguina.
To a degree, yes. If you are able to decrease the temperature of a fire, and you are able to increase the temperature until there is fire. However, you are never able to decrease the temperature beyond getting rid of a fire. Also, I need to put something in chat while you talk about festivals.
Of course. So I ain't gonna front, I'm on the Wikipedia page. Because I don't remember all of the festivals, but I do know there are a few, such as Child's Day, Boys' Day, Girls' Day. Yeah. Let Fangy clarify.
You can keep talking.
Yee. But let's see. There are things that are called fixed days, and then there are things that are called multiple days. So that would mean they probably have a lot of festivals that span with over like the course of a week.
Oh, like Golden Week?
Yeah. Much like that.
So most things go over the course of a time rather than specifically like one day?
Yes, some of them do that.
Okay. Celebrations and festivals themselves probably won't last for too long, but the actual, like, spirit of the celebration would probably last for a while. For example, like, if there was going to be a harvest festival, then school would be out for, like, a week or at the very least a couple of days because you need to prepare for a festival. You can't just, bam, there's one right there.
Yeah. So it kind of feels like the festival is taking over the week, even though the day itself is not the, it's only on one day. Okay. Also, I do know they have a few festivals or holidays that they've actually imported from us, such as New Year's Eve, which is December 31st.
That one's always been really fun, by the way. Like, there are some holidays that I don't really like. Actually, no, I can't think of any that I actively don't like because I get a day off of school for all of them. But
you know what? That's
there are
fair.
some that I'm, like, less thrilled about. And then there's, like, New Year's Eve is just, I can't find any reason to not celebrate it, and I can't find anything bad about it. Valentine's Day always felt a little cheap and weird. Halloween, I love a lot, but it's also spooky, and more importantly is that Halloween has been marketed to the point where now basically you have Halloween sales and special about Halloween as an adult.
Bro, I love Halloween.
It's just like, oh yeah, no, I love Halloween too, and I don't have anything against any holidays in particular, but it's just like, New Year's Eve has always felt like really unique and special to me. It might be because of the fact that, back when I was a kid, that was usually the time that we would spend with my mom's side cousins, and they are the cousins I'm closest with, and they're super cool.
Aww.
But
so
I've always
side
had
to
a special
nice
place in my heart for New
memories.
Year's Eve. Yes, memories. I love memories.
Also, we have a few more questions. Pinguina says, how far can a fire controller power go? Like, does the fire they create have a limit? And Otter says, can animals learn magic?
Yes, animals can learn how to center themselves. It's rare because they don't have as deep an understanding of stuff, but there are absolutely animals that have learned to center. One actual thing that actually is going to have huge significance to the plot. The con of the story is going to teach our main cast about the fish that learns to swim upstream. Aside from that, as for how far fire controls can go, the issue isn't that the fire can't go far enough. The issue is in being able to control it not going too far. So any fire user, no matter how proficient they are, can absolutely start a forest fire, can absolutely start a massive fire. Unfortunately, oftentimes with like lower level fire users, it's because they meant to make like a tiny little spark to impress their friends, and then everything caught on fire. So there's not a huge limit on how far fire can go. The limitation on it is usually more how well the user can contain it. Kind of like no idea. Kind of like something, I'm sure.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Would they use their elements to enact festival, I guess, uh,
Performances?
yeah, performances and entertainment?
Yes.
Kind of like fire
Abso-freaking-lutely.
people, fire controllers using it to make, like, fireworks.
The main thing that I was thinking of is most dancers have to have a basic understanding of fire, air, and water infusions.
Nice. So that could be incorporated.
Oh, that's a good point, Otter, actually. Dolphins probably should be the primary animal to look out for animals infusing.
Yeah, because dolphins are one of the smartest creatures out there.
I still love how much modern media has demonized like sharks, and then you look at dolphins and they have all of the behavior we project onto sharks, and we think of dolphins as super cute.
Dolphins are dolphins are mean.
Yeah, they're
Dolphins are
freaking rude.
sketchy. Sharks are just puppies who can't see well.
Pinguina. The answer to that is I can't tell you yet.
Can you make
Because-
artificial water magic? Define artificial. I guess. Oh, you wrote that wrong. Oh, okay. That's okay.
Okay. If you're talking about hydrogen molecules, as in like make H2, I would have to look up what that actually. Actually, I'm gonna do that right now. Artificial rainbow, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I
What
could
happens when
totally see
two
that. Just mist the air and make
hydrogen
little rainbows.
atoms combine. Okay, let's see here. Okay. I feel as if Pinguina is asking if somebody can use water infusion to make a nuclear bomb. That's going to be a hard no. Because these elements are more broad than that. We're not thinking the periodic table of elements level of control. And even if somebody was proficient enough to be able to control that, first of all, you probably wouldn't, because you'd have to be in a proximity where you can do that. And secondly, they're not thinking of these elements on that level. They're thinking of a body of water, like, they're thinking of a raindrop, essentially, being the smallest unit of water you can work with.
Right. They can't go into an atomic level.
Now, as for whether or not a water user can use their abilities to create heat, I can't tell you that one yet.
Ah. Also, you're
'Cause
okay,
that
Otter.
one's gonna be real important. And shenanigans are one of the reasons I was so excited for this, because this is absolutely what I was looking for. I was looking to have shenanigans with Desmond for world building. We got most of that done. Also for random suggestions, which very clearly we're getting done plenty of.
Yeah.
And also because I put this on hiatus because I felt like it was dying. And Desmond was going to be the savior to the series, because essentially I didn't know where I was going to go with it, and now I have a really good idea of where I'm going to go with it. And I now have a more clear idea of what I need to versus what I don't need to research. For example, before I thought I was going to need to research a lot into Japanese culture and school and living. Now that I have a more basic understanding of everything, I realize I don't have to do all of that. Since I am creating my own culture, I'm not stuck to Japanese stuff. I can just slap Japanese technology and put a more Western feel to everything, because that's what I'm used to. And, well, it's still a fictional setting. Now, of course,
Yeah.
I do still want to be, That's the doorbell. That's weird. Okay.
Ding dong.
I still want to be sensitive to it. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to try not to offend anybody with that, but I have resources for that. And now that I have a solid idea of what I want to do, all I need to do, other than, more ideas here, that's why I haven't said goodbyes yet. I do want more ideas here, and this is super fun. But all I'm really going to need to figure out next time I want to write is, well, what am I going to write? So
Fair.
this is being very, very good to me.
I'm glad. I'm glad I could help you and enlighten you on some stuff. And a rule of thumb that I always go for is write what you need at the end of the day. You don't have to flesh it out as nearly as much as I do, because I'm kind of stupid. I do it because it's just fun for me. I don't do it because I'm working on a setting or a story or a comic. I do it because I just straight up want to do it. It's a pastime for me to work on languages or culture and like world build and think about problem solving and all that good shit. But if you're specifically doing this for a setting, you don't have to go as hard in the paint as I do. Work on what you need to be seen in the book, or your comic, or whatever the story setting is going to take place as. Because people aren't going to see all the other stuff in the background unless you want them to. So if you don't need to write it, you definitely do not have to.
Yeah.
With the current music, it sounds like the end of an anime where the two principal characters are telling what they learned from the summer vacation or something. Listen, my Final Fantasy guitar music is lovely.
And then we walked off into the sunlight together.
No, and then we left.
And then Leon ran after us.
Aw, we're standing under a cherry blossom tree.
Leon leaves the scene with a Desmond in hand, and I'm sitting there still staring at the sun, wondering why I'm looking at the sun.
Oh no. No, Fangy, turn away, you're going blind.
Maybe being blind will let me see what I've been looking for all along. Emotional guitar
anime.
music.
Medic, you're cute.
Maybe you are pretty cute.
Yeah, hashtag medic cheeks.
I think I took a vow not to use that one.
You did? I didn't.
Yes. I think it was so that I could bribe Mebby into doing something.
Oh, that's fair. Meg, maybe you have to do squats. What the fuck?
Oh, how many squats do we need to do?
I have to do 15. You don't have
I'm gonna
to
do 15.
Oh, okay. What?
I'm not a coward. Let me mute myself though, because my
Damn.
mic's gonna go crazy.
Alright, people will hear me on stream, so whee! Yeah, everybody cute here. If you're in my chat, you're cute. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. Alright. Let me stretch real quick so I don't pull anything. Ugh. How dare you make me squeak? I was stretching. Fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wah. Make me eek my own squeaks. I see how it is. Oof. So maybe weird to explain and difficult to understand. Okay, let's see. Poor Fangy. Good thing it wasn't push-ups. Oh, the squeak? It's my eek, 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 eek. It's my echolocation. I'm a bat.
I'm sorry if my volume of cough goes way up because of that. I don't know what it is, but I always cough for a while after I do any workout movement.
No, you're good. I yawn afterwards. Alright, let me see what Penguin slapped me with here.
I'm gonna have to note this down, actually. That's a really good idea.
Then go for it. But basically there are elements, how they work is basically taking the concept of cause and effect, and removing the cause and going straight to effect. Think of fire. A fire burn consumes oxygen and other chemical reactions. Penguina-chan is just being a chemist in chat right now. Oh. Why do I need echolocation? Because someone redeemed me to squeak. Someone told me to eek. It's called Eek Squeak Bat.
Eek
And,
Incorporated.
Eek Incorporated. If they do that, it means I have to do them both at the same time. I mean, I don't have to, but I choose to. Because it is now a meme in my channel. They make me echolocate while doing squats. They want me to make sure I can tell I'm being a dumpus thickus. Alrighty, so I have the festivals pulled up, and I do feel like a few of these would probably be changed or even dropped, because the Doll Festival probably wouldn't have any, I guess, bearing on the new culture that comes out. However, I could see them changing it to have to do with some sort of warding ritual, because originally it was the Peach Festival or the Girls Festival, and it took place in March, early March. I passed chemistry by sheer luck. I don't believe that, Penguina. I think you're a maverick. But if you wanted to do that, that would be pretty cool. Change some of the festivals to sort of emulate the new culture, because that's actually what we did. A lot of our culture's not festivals. A lot of our culture's holidays come from older shit. Desmond be like, damn, I'm thick.
True.
Yeah.
Also, Pinguina, I wanted to mention, based on how you started that message, I thought you were going to say that somebody who could use fire could simply remove the oxygen without actually creating a fire.
That's terrifying and also sounds like
the
something
effect
Earth
is-
people would do.
The effect is air is removed, right? And the cause is fire. So if you remove the cause, so no fire, there's just air removal, which I think would definitely have to be something that you could only learn at the Zen state.
That's some high-class master shit.
I think the idea of using an element via its absence would have to be Zen level. And oh goodness. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep some of these ideas in the bank for later, but water could go nuts with that. Oh,
That's
yeah,
scary.
I wanted to mention something spooky. You know how I mentioned that water is generally seen as overall the weakest in combat in terms of how it doesn't really enhance your attacks?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that is taught to students about water that isn't necessarily going to be true for the whole story is that if you're using water infusion, unless you're against fire, you have to be as skilled or more skilled than your opponent in order to win a fight. Because water doesn't inherently give you all that much, other than, you're using elemental infusion, so you're not going to flat out lose to similar skilled people with elemental infusions.
Right.
So, with that knowledge in mind, remember how I mentioned there was an assassin who killed the world leader?
Yeah.
He was formerly he had formerly achieved a Zen state with water.
Oh.
That was his thing, was that he was one of the absolute masters of water, one of the Zen states of water. And he was the assassin who killed the world leader. So I'm not gonna lean too anonymous turtle. I'm not gonna talk too much about that since, again, this goes back to a lot of spoilers.
I was gonna ask if it involved the liquids in someone's body, but I'm gonna leave that up to you.
Yeah, unfortunately, my knowledge of Avatar does extend to specifically knowing that bloodbending exists, and that was the original concept behind it, but I have actually sort of abandoned that by now. But I would be lying if I said that it didn't have anything involved with it.
Ew. Sneaky, sneaky. Alright, so I'm probably going to write down the original Japanese festivals in the festivals list, and we can go over them and remove what doesn't work anymore and change what you think they would keep. Since, like I said, it has been 50 years.
Yeah, do you see the bolded list I made in the festivals tab? Or the traditions tab?
Yeah, look at traditional festivals, translate them to the new society.
And do you see how the next part of the list is indented more? That's, if you're going to put in the festivals there, just put it in there, yeah.
Okay.
So what do we got?
Moving something, hold on.
Alright. Moving them cakes? I'll take that as a no.
I'm trying to organize my tabs here, so I can see both the festival list and the document.
Otter, are you talking about Desmond's body or the body of my characters? Because my characters are going to be just humans as they exist in our world. the world itself is what causes elemental infusion to be possible, not the people.
Mm-hmm.
And Pinguina, unfortunately, I don't think, like at a Zen state, I'm sure that you could make water into ice because you will it, not because of the temperature. But for anybody short of that, it would have to be because you made it into ice.
Alrighty, so we have the New Year, Shogatsu. And it usually takes place within the 3 days. And it's not celebrated the same way we do, from what I understand. But you could definitely look into that a little more if you want to use it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just going to be writing down the actual things and giving you a quick, I guess, summary of what each one is. New Year's Festival, it's the same thing as what we do, pretty much, but they do have different customs and foods. But it's still the same, you know, bringing in the new year understanding. Then we have Doll Festival Hinamatsuri on March 3rd. Now, the Doll Festival on March 3rd, it's also known as Girls Festival or Peach Festival. It's basically when you are praying for the prosperity of your female family members, for them to grow up healthy. It's usually for young girls, young to teenage girls. You're warding off evil spirits to save them, so they could definitely change that into some sort of warding ritual in another way. And it
actually,
could... yeah?
remember how I mentioned that the female member of the cast is actually more developed than most of them?
Yes.
That is because for a very long time, since I actually wrote her character bio, she is trans.
Nice.
And I had to I was talking with a lot of people to make sure I didn't do it wrong. And the idea of a girls' festival would actually be very impactful for this particular character.
Oh,
now,
okay.
That said, I also wanted to bring attention that it's a girls' festival or a peach festival. That's
Well, I think it depends on the region, but it's usually called the Doll Festival.
May I please have a caked up wife?
May I please have cakes? May I please have peaches? Also, yes, Pinguina, the Zen state is basically like reaching enlightenment or becoming a Buddha, which is you just going full blast, understanding everything. There's nothing higher, I don't think. Correct? Okay.
Yes. There is probably theoretically like this Zen state person of water is better than this other Zen state person of water, but really, it's more like, I don't know, like imagine that there are 3 Olympians who have the Olympic world record in like a specific category and they all competed 1 year apart. They're all gonna be at that state where nobody can come close to what they can do, except for those people who are also up there with them. So it doesn't really matter if this person technically beat out the other one's long jump by 0.3 centimeters.
That 0.3 centimeters is peanuts compared to just...
At that point, if you took, like, the difference between them would be essentially negligible because they're so good to the point where there's nobody who can touch them.
Absolutely fair. Also, Otter says, is the body the same as the body IRL? Like, is the skin protecting the organs and bones from magic influence? Like, if a water person makes the water around hotter, the skin prevents the water in the body from boiling. Yeah, pretty sure.
So, remember how I mentioned that for centering, you need to have focus?
Yeah.
Well, if you are trying to, for example, heat up water, you would focus on the water that you're trying to heat up. So as long as you weren't focusing on your blood, you would not heat your blood.
Okay.
The only exception being with lightning because of how intense it is.
Fair, but also lightning is extremely rigid and it'd be hard to get that to work anyway.
Additionally, like I said before, lightning requires an absolutely intense focus on what you're trying to shoot or use it on. So, for example, because you know how easy it is for us to manipulate lightning? We literally have tiny little metal rods that, like, extend at the very top of our house, like a foot or two, and that completely protects most houses from lightning. So, by that same by that same effect, with lightning infusion, you have to be laser focused on what you're targeting. And if you're distracted by anything, then it'll go to whatever you're distracted by. It's super precise, and that's why you have to have an incredibly sharp focus for lightning.
Okay, so I could probably be pretty good at lightning. I've been told I'm extremely good at focus, despite the conversation we've had today.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't we both have ADHD? I personally could never focus enough to use lightning.
Mm-hmm.
That's
The
actually
thing
kind
is,
of my
I don't know what I have. I have symptoms of ADHD and autism, so...
ADHD isn't necessarily. It's bad at focusing on things in general.
Mm.
I've actually described this to so many people. What ADHD is it's essentially, let's say that your brain is taking in 10 parts of the world around you. If you're focusing on something as a non-ADHD person, about 8/10 of the brain will be focused on taking that in. 1/10 of the brain will be focused on taking in your surroundings. For example, like, even if you weren't ADHD, if you're focusing on a teacher's lecture, you'd still be acutely aware of how close the wall is to you, for example, if you're close to the wall, that kind of stuff. And the last 10th of it is thinking about other things that might need to get done. For example, any homework that you have sitting around that you need to do, your brain is slowly but subconsciously working on it. Things you need to do, like I need to take out the trash tonight, stuff like that. Those little kind of planner thoughts in the back of your head. With an ADHD person, you have like 4 of those 10 pieces going to the teacher, and that's why you seem so distracted and why you can't listen to lectures as well. And so, because of that, people think that you're not paying attention, because somebody not paying attention would also have 4 of their 10 on the teacher, probably. The next 4 are like on the world around you. One is on something you don't even know that you're thinking about, and then one of them is forgetting actively all of the things that you were planning. Jokes aside, though, the idea of it is that you still have as much mental capacity to focus on things as other people, but you can't control as well how much of it is focused on what. But for the things that you can control, instead of having to use 8 out of 10 to focus on that, you use the full 10 out of 10 to just center your brain on it, and that's a hyperfixation or a hyperfocus, which
Okay,
is
that makes
actually
sense.
something that ADHD people absolutely display.
Okay, then yeah, that might be... Because I've never been officially tested, but yeah, I guess test is the word, because that shit's hard to get. But I have had multiple people tell me that I show these, like, certain symptoms, including teachers that I've had, and also including my mom now, who actually works with neurodivergent kids. So I'm sitting here going, oh, am I this or this? And I don't know what it is, but it could be either, because I do hyperfixate very hard. Especially when it comes to, like, art, which is why when I hop off stream, I'm immediately on art. But anyway, alright, so we have the Hanami festivals. And it takes place... Well, it's April 8th. I didn't write it all the way.
Oh, let me get that for you. Oh, you got it. I don't know why, but seeing Hanami/April, it just made me think of, like, top 10 things to do in Detroit. These are the top 10 things you can do in the city of Detroit. Number 1, leave.
Yeah, this is the leave. My brain processed that slow.
Buffering.
Buffering. Pinguita said, you said water generally in a direct fight would lose the majority of times unless it's against fire, given that they're all at the same level of mastery. Does this apply to the Zen level too? Does reaching the peak make every Zen on a similar level, or does the water weakness still remain?
Okay, so the weakness of water is that it doesn't innately give you anything to work with in a fight. For example, with air, you're extremely swift and flexible and able to do things on a dime. Water, you can't do that as easily without breaking your focus or pulse or motion. With water, you have to go through the motions and pulse of the water centering itself in order to use it, and the effects of it don't actually give you any particularly destructive powers. For example, earth soups the frick out of your body, so you smack things real freaking hard. Fire is literally fire. You set things on fire. You have the force of a raging fire behind your attacks. Air makes you super swift and stuff. Water doesn't really do any of that. And even when you move on to the idea of Tei, water doesn't have a whole lot of harmful Tei, since it requires a lot of concentration and focus and mastery to be able to use something like a water blade. However, those weaknesses, essentially what I read to you guys was a handbook meant for people learning. That is not true throughout the entirety of it. That's why the weaknesses of lightning were highlighted so incredibly sharply, even though it is probably one of the better combat elements. So, a person who's reached a Zen state with water is so incredibly powerful and fluid with water that the weaknesses of water are essentially overcome, at least to a greater degree. So, somebody fighting with water and they've reached a Zen state with water doesn't see the same drawbacks or limitations with the water as somebody who has just learned how to use it. In other words, all the information I've given you is biased towards somebody who is at a low level.
Okay. So whenever you're all masters... Oh, sorry.
Unfortunately, Zen state has a lot more to do with a mixture of skill and power than just raw power. In the story, there is going to be a fire user who has an absolutely absurd amount of power behind it, but not a whole lot of skill. And the way that he uses that power actually means that he does better against a water of a similar skill level to him, or even strength level to him, than a Zen state of a fire versus a Zen state of a water. So, I mentioned before how water just flat out kind of beats fire. That is also somewhat true at the state, even at like a Zen state level. But there are ways around that don't necessarily require a Zen state level of practice with it. It's kind of a weird thing, but essentially, there are only like true weaknesses at the Zen state, and water doesn't really have a true weakness.
Okay, makes sense.
Another true weakness that is still present at the Zen state is, for example, Earth requiring slow motion and lightning still hurting your body. Your body can adjust to it by then, but it's not like not breathing will ever not be a bad thing for your body. So yes, that's about all the information I have on that topic, unless you guys got more questions, in which case I can throw some more stuff together.
Yeah.
Okay, we've gotten a couple more of these.
Yeah, while you were talking, I decided to mark them all down.
While you were busy addressing the chat, I was studying the festivals.
So I've written down a few more. I realized Hanami is just the entire month of April, and it takes place over the month, specifically when cherry blossoms are in bloom. And it's just a bunch of different festivals are held throughout the month at Shinto shrines. So I wanted to ask, is Shinto still a prevalent thing in this new culture, given that they have to deal with all these evil spirits? Or has Shinto been tossed to the side, or has it been strengthened because of these spirits and making people more, I suppose, superstitious?
Well... Okay, you're gonna judge me, but I just Google searched what it is.
Oh, Shinto?
I had a basic idea of what I had a basic idea of what Shinto was before, but I am not exactly. In case you haven't gathered, I'm not exactly the knowledgeable on Japan. You know, I kind of dedicated all of this time to learning about it. But this is saying a Japanese religion dating back to the early 8th century. Oh, that's old. And incorporating the worship of ancestors and nature spirits and belief in sacred power, kami, in both animate and inanimate things. It was the state religion of Japan until 1945. That sounds like not only it would become stronger with the introduction of literal spirits that people have to fend off, but also because of the fact that there are people going around manipulating fire and earth. So I would definitely say it would be strengthened, but at the same time I'm hesitant to say that because I have never worked with this before, and that might be scary to work with, but I will look into it for sure.
Yeah, I say at least look into it, and it can evolve, because like I said, 50 years have passed. Not to mention, Shinto isn't touched as much nowadays. It's mostly Buddhism and, weirdly enough, Christianity that takes over a lot of Japanese as more modern religions. Which, the Buddhism's not really a religion, but I'm not going to get into that.
Oh, frick, Pyrian just put something, well, not just, but put something that I definitely need to put down. Oh my god.
Okay. Zen state where water wielder can sublimate between solid ice and vapor. 1 second hiding in fog, another pinning you to the ground with needles of ice. Ooh. Does lightning increase the speed at which your brain works, like overclocking the synapses?
That is not something I thought about. That actually 100% makes sense.
Well, our brain is electrical connections.
Actually, with needles of ice. Okay, and then Penguina mentioned. Does lightning increase the speed at which your brain works, like overclocking the synapses? And Piguina, don't worry about it. When I take the notes, I'm fixing any grammatical errors I catch. You probably heard me mentioning one of them. But, okay, for the Zen state thing that you mentioned, Pyrian, abso-freaking-lutely, that sounds so cool, and I'm absolutely going to include that in the scene. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Secondly, Pinguina, I'm thinking that probably yes, it would. I'm thinking that it doesn't actually affect your body in a positive way because it's lightning, but instead your brain is able to, first of all, your brain is able to function at a faster level, and second of all, it's able to send signals through your body much faster. And so because of that, it's going to like mess with your muscles because they aren't able to move that fast, but you are able to act faster than you normally would. So physically speaking, it is actually a debuff, but in terms of your capabilities, it would be a buff. Pretty much exactly like overdrive on a computer system where more of the systems are working at a higher capacity than are able to sustainably do so, but it's able to do that.
Yeah, I could
And
definitely
yes,
see that.
pain being near instantaneous and severely amplified would also make sense.
At the moment you come down that high, you're just, ah!
Not just that, but the way that pain is actually given to your brain in the body is it's a nerve. It gets touched. It says, "Ow, I've been touched." Sends an "Ouch, I've been touched" message to the brain. So if your brain is communicating with your body faster, your body is conversely communicating with the brain faster, and also much more like there's a lot more. It's less like "Ow, I've been touched" and more like "Ow, I've been touched." And so you feel more pain, and pain is instant. As soon as something touches you, you feel that pain. So like, for example, let's say your clothing sliding over a part of your body doesn't, you swing your arm or something, your sleeve brushes against your elbow, you would feel that very strongly. Okay, let me quickly note that down. A drawback for, other than the drawback of your body can't really handle it, a drawback for the overclock would be that pain is amplified and near instantaneous. There we go. Okay, I'm liking all these ideas, guys. Whoa, there are many more.
I'll explain all of them, do not worry.
Oh, actually, I need to see if this still works.
Eh?
Oh, it does.
Oh.
It is control and then brackets. So left bracket makes it go left one, right bracket makes it go right one.
Oh, wow, I did not know that.
I learned that one because of there was a project that I had to do in English class for some time in high school, and I remember that the document was just screwing with my bullet points so much, and so I was like, okay, how do I manually do this? So I figured out how to manually adjust the indentation of a bullet point, so that way I could get the correct symbols that I wanted on the bullet points, and then I found out that there's a shortcut for it, which is control and then one of the brackets. I actually know a lot of really helpful computer keyboard shortcuts. For example, Control-Shift-T on Windows will reopen the last tab you closed.
Huh.
So for example,
I mean,
I'm just
to be
going to
fair, I
leave
have
this document
Opera,
real
so
quick.
I don't know if it would work at the same
Oh no,
way.
it works on Opera. It's the OS that determines it. So you see how I'm gone from the document?
Yes, you disappeared and I am sad.
And I'm back on the document. Well, it's loading still because my laptop's crap, but
Oh.
I'm back on the document. It is Control-Shift-T for anybody who's wondering. And
Interesting.
for anybody nervous about it, when I troll with keyboard shortcuts, I always do a specific voice. It's like, bro, Alt F4 is reopen last tab. That's the voice I use for when I'm trolling.
I believe you. Also, I'm just doing this so we can give a tiny little synopsis of what each one does.
I like the way you think with bullet points. Very similar to how I think with bullet points. Bullet points, apparently.
There we go. We don't need to worry too much about like the details of all that. That just gives you an idea of how they work, so you'll know whether or not you want to keep it or change it. So we have the New Year. Also the two below, the Setsubun and Enichi. Those are not necessarily holidays that follow on a specific day. They're just kind of like first day of spring, first day of summer, first day of whatever. And then Enichi is just a temple holidays related to Kami. I put that down in case you wanted it because it is Shinto-centric. So
I'm definitely going to have to do a lot of research into Shinto because after reading the Google definition of it, it seems very appropriate to the story. At the same time, I don't know anything about it, so I'm going to have to look really deep into it, and if I think I can write with it, then I'll go with it.
Okay. If you want, I could give a little summary of what I know.
On the one hand, I would love that because I love listening to your voice and I love hearing you nerd out about things. On the other hand, I do have a couple of really good sources on it, I think.
Oh, okay.
But sure, go for it.
Okay, so from what I understand, Shinto is an animistic religion, or it's based off of animism, which is when, back when humans were hunter-gatherers and we didn't quite understand the world the way we do now, we applied personification and personality to things, such as trees, our pencils, our paper. The Shinto kind of revolves around that, which is why they have things called kami as well as yokai. And these yokai and kami can be gods or spirits of literally the sun to a dustpan.
Hey, yo, this actually sounds real familiar to a lot of Native American stuff my dad did a lot of research into.
It's actually very similar. Native Americans also employ animism in their religion.
Hog.
Yeah.
Also, I am muting myself for just a little bit because I am laying on the floor in despair because my back's being upset with me. It's the only way I know how to reset it.
You know what? That's fair.
Side note, to anybody who has back problems, the magic bullet for me that works is, actually there's two. One of them is, back in the house I used to live in, there was a shower bath thing. The thing that says we have a shower and a bath in the same thing, and it's just a shower head in the bath.
Yeah.
But the back of the bath was actually angled perfectly and sized perfectly for me to essentially just fully relax on while there was hot water hitting me, and it would reset my back. The other thing is literally carpeted floor, just lay on your back with nothing underneath you. The curve that my back does on the ground like that stretches it just enough that it slowly resets my back, and it's very, very relieving.
Nice. I typically grab hold of something because I have slight lordosis in my lumbar, but I actually grab a hold of like the edge of a sink or something, and I just bend myself as far back as possible with my hips, and I just put myself at like this really acute angle, and that typically helps.
I'm having difficulty visualizing that, but it does sound similar to a lot of back stretches that I know of. One of them is grab the corner of a bed frame and then lean away from it, so that way if you let go of it, you would fall slowly. And then you just angle your shoulders away from it as much as possible. So
kinda.
If you were to be absolutely 100% flexible to the point where you couldn't stretch like that, you would literally have to be able to lay your body flat against the arm behind your back while it's still grabbing that. Which my sister can do, which is kind of terrifying.
I know my back is... whenever I'm in that little pose, it's completely horizontal. And then my legs are at a very forward angle towards the sink. If that makes sense. With my arms,
Oh,
like,
so you
just
mean,
holding
like-
onto the sink. Or counter, or whatever.
So you mean like bending your back over something?
Kind of. But I'm using my weight to essentially pull my back into alignment.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, my experience all relates to anatomy in the sense that there is nothing wrong, but there is something abnormal, as opposed to somebody who actually has a condition where something is wrong, and now there's something abnormal. I was diagnosed with scoliosis at one point, but I'm pretty sure it was a misdiagnosis.
Ah.
I was actually diagnosed with scoliosis because every time I laid down to go to bed, I would have super sharp pain through my entire back, and then it would slowly go away the more I laid. Turns out that was just because I was using my back so freaking much that it was just like incredibly tense all day until I stopped making it tense.
Oh, ow. Also,
Essentially, it
Dane
was
says they're heading to bed, and they came here to tell Fangy once more that he is cute before they leave.
I see.
So you are cute.
Thank you, Dane. Have a good sleep. But yeah, to give you an idea of how much it freaking hurt. It's literally a cramp is when your muscles are tense when they're supposed to relax. It was that for my entire back.
Oh, ow.
It was pretty much below the shoulder blades. Everything below the shoulder blades was just ouch. But it only lasted for maybe 5 seconds before it got like bearable. So speaking of cramps, the worst cramp I've ever had, and I've had this multiple times, and it absolutely interferes with my life all the time. If I yawn too hard or too many times, right underneath the back right of my tongue will cramp.
Ow.
It sucks, and there is no way I can stretch it or relieve it or do anything. And I don't think it's a cramp. My dad says that he thinks it's actually a, what is it called? Cranial nerve or something? Essentially just one of those things where there's waste in your body and it gets deposited into a little sac. Every time I yawn, I'm like pushing on it, and so eventually it freaks out and says, "Stop it!" And it causes me a lot of pain for like, I think it's usually 7.5 seconds before it starts fading. But the worst part is that, like, when it's your tongue that's cramping or something in your mouth, guess what you can't do?
Eat.
Make noise. It
Or
is
that too.
horrifying. Because, like, with most pain, I just kind of grit my teeth and get through it. With that pain, I can't, because I cannot grit my teeth. I can also not shout or anything. On the bright side, the first time I ever got it was in a statistics class where I was really freaking bored. So I'm very glad that I couldn't shout in pain there, because that was...
Also, Blippy, thank you for the Betty. Mwah.
Yes, we encourage this behavior of 1 bits.
I still need to change my bit noise to where it sounds like a coin thwacking something.
Bonk.
Donk. It's me getting thwomped.
Oh, you know what it should be? It should be a voice line of, like, I don't know, maybe there's a voice line you have of seeing Cecil just zoom across the room and you're like, huh, what was that? It should just be you saying that, just, huh, what was that?
I would more than likely just go, ow!
Ow. I'm sure there's probably plenty of
Owie.
instances where you quietly said ow on stream because you got hit by something in-game.
Probably. I would have to go through hours and hours of VODs to find them. I could just make my own voice recording.
Oh my gosh, no way. No freaking way.
Eh?
You know how you have 2 instances of Google Docs open?
Yes. Oh my god!
Guess what
It's
anime?
a bat!
It's a bat!
The anonymous bat!
Let's go!
I'm fucking here for it.
We need some dingoes in the chat.
And he's purple.
I love him almost as much as I love you.
It's my son. Ah. Why am I being love posted so much? Oh, there's Dinko. He's powered up.
Yes, Super Saiyan.
It's from Himiko giving him all those little purple flames. He finally got the level up.
Finally, he's achieved the Zen state with Element Bat.
He did it.
When you achieve a Zen state, the Mario Invincible music starts playing very quietly.
That's my headcanon?
I mean, in theory, if you had reached a Zen state with the wind, you absolutely could replicate the sound of just about anything with the air. So you could literally have a theme song that goes with you wherever you go.
So, theoretically, you could have like a wind bard or something.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
A traveling minstrel.
One of the ideas I had was that there was going to be a con in disguise as a bard.
That would be awesome as hell.
Hopefully I don't do anything silly like name them after a Starbucks drink size. Oh, right, you don't play Genshin. There's a character named Venti.
Oh, okay.
He's the Anemo Archon, in other words, the Wind God.
Ooh.
Pinguina, in theory, yes. In practice, no. Because gravity itself isn't actually linked to the Earth, it's linked to mass. So you would just, in order to control gravity, Earth element would probably be the most able to, because you could get enough material in order to do that. But it would have to be like many, many people who've reached Zen state all coming together to destroy a planet and make another or something like that. Also, holy crap, I can't imagine getting a cramp 200 meters out from shore. That would be terrifying.
Ooh. My speech already clocked out for the day. That's, you know what, Pinguina? That's fair.
Paimon in Genshin Impact once said, Paimon's all out of brain juice, and I have not stopped saying that since.
Brain juice?
Whenever I'm too tired to write or too tired to do something, I just say, I'm out of brain juice.
You know what? I'm also out of brain juice.
Mood.
No, the bat disappeared. Goodbye, little bat.
Goodbye, little bat. He's free now.
He's gone.
He'll have to start his own Twitch chat. Chat. Specifically chat.
Yeah, just the chat.
Just the chat.
Alrighty, so I got down Doll Festival, and you said that would probably work well for your female character.
What is her name? I don't remember any of these characters' names, man. Izumi Naori. Yeah, as you can tell, I've never spoken Japanese before. Penguin.
He's a penguin.
Penguin.
Penguin. Venti literally means winds. That's what gave it away for me at the start. Yeah. I also know Vantis means winds, but
Ventus, yeah.
I'm not gonna discuss why I know that one.
I know that one from Kingdom Hearts.
Okay, fine. I know that one from Homestuck.
You know what? That's all right.
Yeah, there's a
That's
character.
all right.
There's a character in there named Carcat Vantis.
Carcat is one of the only characters that I remember from Homestuck because I never got into it. My sister got into it. I just remember hearing Carcat and saying beep beep meow, and then my
Beep,
sister
beep,
getting
meow.
very angry.
Beep beep meow is actually a line in Homestuck.
I figured as much because I knew that the only reason I remember it is because that's not the last time I heard the line beep beep meow in relation to Homestuck.
Yeah.
Pinguina, you should go to bed.
Yeah. Tuck you in. Give you smooches on your forehead. Get some sleep, homie. Yeah. Have a very good night, Pinguina. Please don't feel like you have to stay up.
Desmond, speaking of things ending, when does this end?
I technically end at 2, so about now, but I don't mind going over a few minutes.
Okay.
If you want any closing stuff, or you want to talk about anything else.
There wasn't anything in particular I had past this. Getting the festivals done would actually be really nice. Night, Pinguina.
Yeah, have a very good night, and thank you for dropping by. So I could go through all these real quick. I don't know if flower festivals would still have the same significance for the entire region. I'm assuming based on which town you're in, it's a different thing. Like how you mentioned harvest festivals. Maybe it could be considered more of a, not harvest, but more of like a planting festival. So, you know, just to give an example of what you could do with these. And like I said, some of them you could just straight up remove if they aren't relevant to the story.
Yeah.
Also,
Another
apparently,
important...
Paki no Hi is a festival where you just celebrate Paki, the actual
That's
Paki
pretty,
food.
that's pretty lit. Another big consideration of the whole festival thing is that I do not know what medium I'm going to tell this story through. If it's a
Fair.
written medium, then I definitely don't need to include very many festivals, if really any. Maybe one or two that are important to the growth of the characters and the story itself. If it's a visual medium, like a webtoon, or not a webtoon, that's a very specific type of... Anyways,
A
webcomic.
webcomic, yeah.
A visual novel, a game. I am considering making this into a game, but I don't think I should do something this ambitious for a game at first. Even if I made something like high budget, like if I had friends that really wanted to make it into an anime and funded it for me, if I were to do something visual based, then I would definitely have to do something. I would probably have to use a lot more festivals, since that would be such a visually impactful thing. And the thing right now is that I don't actually have a solid idea of how the plot is going to get from point A to point B to point C to point D. All I know is that I have a point A, B, C, and D to go from. I have point A as
Fair.
the beginning, and I have point D as the ending. Points B and C, I have an idea for where I want the characters to be. But if I were to do a visual medium, then there would be a whole lot more significance to the visuals I put to it. And therefore, visual events such as festivals would be important to elaborate on.
Okay. If that's the case, yeah, just, I guess, hold off on figuring out what medium it would be. And whenever you eventually figure out how you're going to present your story, then you can extrapolate on the festivals. But for now, we can just leave in a little synopsis, and it should be good. Which I have Hanami and Hanamatsuri, and Tanabata, I believe, is a star festival having to do with Chinese folk legends, which you could totally do that too. If your region, your world ever has any issues where people have come in or people have left, they could add on to their old festivals from them. Because Tanabata is from China. I tried to say Chinese and China at the same time, and I completely ruined my fluctuation for that.
I get you.
Yeah. Let's see.
I
it's just a
frequently put
story
emphasis
about
on the wrong syllable.
On the syllable. I accidentally
Put
fucked it up
emphasis
too.
on the wrong syllable.
I did do that. Let's see. Celebration of Chinese folk legend about constellations. There we go. I messed up. There we go. I pushed the wrong button.
Hey.
And anyone who knows Japanese anything, it probably knows the floating lanterns.
I'm familiar with those, yeah.
Yeah, where you just kind of send them out. This might be significant because it does have to do with lighting the way for your family members who have passed on. Now, I don't know where the people in your world think the spirits come from, but if they are especially suspicious and think that maybe their ancestors could turn into said spirits, this could be a very prominent festival for them. It could have evolved if that's the case. So, guide the way for family members.
I'll be honest, now that you bring it up, I actually don't know where the spirits come from, so that's definitely something I'm gonna have to work on.
there you go. And if you never figure it out, that's perfectly okay. There is eldritch horror that exists where sometimes you just don't know where anything comes from. And it makes it more of a mystery and a little more intriguing for a lot of people. Because then that's how you get theory crafters. They're like, ooh, where does this come from? How do the spirits come from? How do they... where did they originate from? Are they the dead? Or, like, getting super angry? Are they nature spirits who got, finally pissed off at mankind for ruining the earth? Like, we don't know. And if you don't give it to anybody, that's just going to keep going. People are going to create their own headcanons and figure it out, and that's honestly how you keep your shit alive. By having fans dedicated to that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I actually just thought of 2 ways that I could approach it. One is that it's never really addressed or even really brought up, because the idea is that the spirits were already there, they just came out of hiding. And so the just general prevalent idea of the main cast is that they are there and just come out. And then it's never really thought much beyond that, since they're not investigating the cause or the source of the spirits, they're just stopping spirits and stopping people who want spirits to be evil. The other way that I just thought of is, in theory, let's say that there was a life. You know how everybody talks about an afterlife, right?
Right.
So, in theory, the reverse of that is that there was a premortal life of some sort. And there were people who came to the earth, and then there were people who chose not to. The people who chose not to existed in a limbo and eventually manifested as spirits who, through confusion and malice, decided to just be evil at everyone on main. So that's a very primitive, basic idea, but in theory, it could be people who were never born.
True. Or it could be a theory and it's never extrapolated. Like, it all has to do with what you want to do.
I'll be honest, a good chunk of this world, building, design, whatever philosophy, is that I just...
Yes, a pre-life life.
Yes, a pre-life life. The beta release of life, if you will. One of the big philosophies I had while designing this world as a whole was that I wanted it to be something that people could interact with and make stuff for. Because I don't want to make a world for me. I generally like making stuff for other people to do stuff with it. And that's why the origin of everything that I've written for this comes from essentially what comes down to, it's a beginner's manual written for people trying to become a star pupil in order to, who want to become a star pupil and therefore want to learn elemental infusion.
Okay. That's true, some folks never get a life at all.
As somebody who plays Genshin Impact, I can confirm I do not have a life. Is this an anonymous sheep? It is an anonymous sheep.
Bah.
Perfect for sleeping.
That true, sleepy sheepy.
Sleepy sheepy beepy. While you're typing this, would you like to know all of the nickname origins for Pie Bagel Made Level 0 Zombie Fangy?
Sure.
Okay, so I'll start from the easiest one, Zombie Fangy. When I was a kid, I liked zombies, so I named myself Zombie Fan Guy. When I wanted to make a Twitch account, Zombie Fan Guy was taken. I imagine probably by a younger version of me who forgot his account even existed. So I named myself Zombie Fangy because, well, in my mind, it looked like you could easily mistake it for Zombie Fan Guy. Khan called me Fangy, and then I never let myself stop being called Fangy.
I
That's
was
where
there
Zombie
for
Fangy
that.
comes from.
I think I remember that.
I believe that the first stream of his that I ever actually watched was him playing an Etrian Odyssey game, and I went in, immediately followed, he said thanks for the follow, and then immediately subscribed with Twitch Prime. And he was very confused because my name was Zombie Fangy, whereas where he knew me from, I was level 0 made, so he just didn't know who I was for a good second. So he thought some dude came into the stream, didn't chat, followed, subscribed with Twitch Prime, and then said something. But that's why I have Zombie and Fangy both in my username. and why Fangy doesn't actually really mean anything. I just level 0 actually is level 0 made, as I mentioned before. It comes from the first streaming group that I was really involved. They've disbanded now, but I believe that it was like Ravenaside or something like that. I just remember Raven was in their name. And I was one of their followers, and I was one of the chatty ones. You know me, I'm a little bit chatty. In case you couldn't tell by me rambling about my username.
I appreciate that, though.
Thank you. And so I was very chatty there, and there were some times where my mom was gonna have people over at the house, and so I need to go around and clean the house, like clean the toilet, clean the sink, clean the counters, just like stuff like that. And so after I think 3 consecutive streams in a row of me saying, hey, I'm gonna have to lurk, I can't chat today because I'm gonna be cleaning toilets and stuff around the house, somebody brought up, hey, are you a maid? I could use you in my apartment.
Oh my.
And it was like in a my apartment's really dirty way, not in a haha I'm objectifying you way, because I was very clearly male back then. And so eventually that combined with Mafia City memes, like level 1 crook, level 100 Mafia boss. So naturally, level 0 made. Eventually I made an entire email for it because I thought it was funny, and then I refused to let go of the identity. You'll notice a trend on that end. Bagel. That is shorthand for Bagel Boy. Back at the place I used to work at a cafe. There were bagels, and not a lot of people bought the bagels. At the end of the night, sometimes I would be given a bagel, and I'd always pop off for the bagel. Eventually, I realized there are bagels that are being thrown out rather than given to me, and I asked, hey, is anybody else taking home the bagels? And they're like, no, do you want them? And I'm like, frick yeah, I want them, why wouldn't I want them? And
Give me the
like,
bagels.
Nobody else wants them. And I was like, why the frick not? And they're like, they're not that great bagels. And I was like, frick you, yeah they are. Turns out I just try really hard to make bagels work. One of my favorite things to do with them, just as a little tangent. 2 bagel halves, okay? Put them in the toaster, you toast them. 1 bagel half gets cheese on it, goes back in the toaster to let the cheese melt, or you can melt it in the microwave, whatever. Other half, put balsamic vinegar on it, vinaigrette, whatever you want to put on it. Put a piece of lunch meat, like turkey or ham on it. Then get both slices. You put salt, pepper's optional, but always salt. You put garlic, and you put a little bit of onion on it. And then you put in spring mix or spinach, and it's literally a freaking salad sandwich.
You lost me at spinach, but the garlic and the butter, that sounded really good.
You can put spring mix in it too. It's just greens in general to make it so that it's more filling and more nutritious, because bagels are just calories.
True.
I'm over there doing that and other variations on that, and then I ask people at work, what do you like to do with bagels? They're like, cream cheese. And then they stop there, and I'm like, what the frick? You don't even have a list? Cream cheese is bomb on bagels, but that's not the only thing you can do with bagels.
For bagels, Nutella. I usually do... Oh, Nutella. No Nutella, stop it. Nutella delicious. But I usually use eggs. Eggs and sausage.
Yes.
It's delicious.
Yes, eggs and sausage are amazing with bagels as well.
I love breakfast bagels. Okay, so as you can see, I have finished all of the festivals. We have the Tanabata, as I mentioned earlier, the floating lanterns. The Bon Festival is when you just honor the spirits of your ancestors. You have a little altar up, all that good stuff. Momijigari, which is when you just go visit nice places and you look at how the leaves have turned and just, you're basically appreciating the symbols. And Pocky, you just eat Pocky. You buy and eat Pocky.
I love that.
I mean, they could easily have that too.
They could have a candy festival.
They do. Oh, turkey and cheese. Oh, eggs scrambled. Bruh, I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
Then there's the 753, where 3 and 7-year-old girls and 5-year-old boys go to shrines to pray away the bad luck, because those are considered kind of bad luck numbers. And then Omisoka, which is your prep for the new year and the new year in general. You decorate your house with sacred rope of straw with the white paper. You know what I'm talking about, that like shrine look?
Yeah.
They put that in their house to prevent evil spirits from entering, and I thought that was pretty prevalent with what you've told me about your world, so I made sure to write that down.
Okay.
But other than that,
these are actually all pretty good.
Oh, I'm glad. They also seem the most
really
relevant.
Quickly like to bring attention, the anonymous intruding animal right now is a fox. Can't
Oh,
believe Khan's here.
Khan, why'd you do this?
We've been conned.
Oh no. But I hope all of those help.
I wasn't finished with the nicknames. I can speedrun them if you'd like, but I do
Oh,
want to mention them.
no,
still.
no, go for it.
Okay, so in case you couldn't tell, I like bagels a lot, and so henceforth at my workplace, because I was taking all of the bagels home every night, every day that I worked there, I was Bagel Boy. And then I told my friends about it, and they called me Bagel Boy. And now in my sister's friend group, I'm named after my dad, so I go by JR or Junior. And so they used to call me Super Junior. Now they call me Bagel Boy. And I like it a lot, and so I've hung on to it and refused to let it go. And lastly is Pie. And oh boy, I want you to take a guess. How many digits do you think I know?
At least 314 of them.
I do not know 314, sadly.
Oh, I tried. 20.
I know significantly more than 20.
60.
Pretty much double that.
120. Jesus Christ.
I know 110 digits of Pi.
Good lord. Well, we're not gonna go through those.
Yeah,
my eyes will literally
I could speedrun
roll
it, but
into the back of my head if I hear numbers.
Math
turns my brain off.
Math does not turn my brain off. I'm actually decently good at math. I like to think, at least. But that in itself isn't why I put Pi in my name. The reason I put Pi in my name is because, was it 9th? No, it was 10th. 10th grade. Chemistry teacher. Our chemistry teacher in 10th grade was super lively, super active, super engaging, and just really fun. Unfortunately, I was too stuck in my ways to realize that it was really fun at the time, and I wish I could apologize to him for being an awful student. But one of the things he loved to do was, if there was a student in the hallway who wasn't very quickly heading towards the bathroom, he would sometimes pull them in to demonstrate something. Like, for example, average knowledge of a person. He asked them a question, whether or not they can answer, demonstrate average knowledge of a person on said subject. Or alternatively, average amount of paying attention in class. He would sometimes pull people into the class and say, what was the last thing you learned? And so sometimes students would be able to tell him exactly what they just learned, and he would use that knowledge to somehow tie into chemistry. Sometimes they would have no idea, and so he would say something funny, and then they'd be allowed to go. He one time pulled me in and asked me, how many digits of Pi do you know? Unfortunately, the one kid he happened to pull in was the person who, I can say comfortably, I probably still hold the record of most numbers of digits of Pi memorized at that school.
Oh.
At the time, I knew 109 digits of Pi.
So you said, okay, oh boy, let me show you a thing.
So I said 109. He was like, what? And I was like, I know 109 digits of Pi. And he said, tell me. So he tried to write them on the board as I said them, and he did not, because I said, and also because my pronunciation sucked, because I was kind of a mumbly type at the time. But from then on, every time he saw me in the hallway, he waved at me and said, Pi number.
Oh.
So eventually, when I went into his class in 10th grade, he said, Meth, I can't say my name. I almost doxed myself. My name is not Meth, by the way.
Alright, note taken. Meth.
No! Wait, you're taking meth. Anyway, he looked at my name, started calling my name, and then he looked at me and said, oh, Pi number! And for the entire year, in his silly Turkish accent, because he was Turkish, he had a Turkish accent, and he made fun of himself for it sometimes.
Oh.
Every time he called on me, he would look at me and then say, Pi number! And so, I'm Pi number to him now, and I did let it go for a while, but I think it's actually a funny enough story that I now want to cling on to that idea as well.
That's adorable. Thank you for your very lovely name. Well, now I know where all of them come from.
Mm-hmm.
I already kind of knew where a few
level
came
0
from.
made zombie Fangy.
Yeah. I knew where a couple came from already because of just talking with you in Con's chat and also in my chat occasionally, but now I get to know all of them. Also, I see Tristy and Pyrian being cute.
In your chat.
But I think it's a good time to call it.
Mm-hmm.
It is about 2:20 now.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to
Sorry
ask
for holding
though.
you so long after.
No, no,
Oh,
no,
what's up?
you're good. I'm fine with it. It's not like I have a strict. I have to end at 2. Like, I've gone to
Strings
5
off.
before, and I'm like, oops. But it's just
Oh,
like
I remember that.
yeah, I was playing My Child Lebensborn, and it made me cry. But do you have any parting words or anything you want to end on that note for your stuff, or if you just want to say anything to me or the chat? Now is your time. You have the floor.
Alright, chat. 1 in chat if Desmond's cute.
Abuse of power!
You fool! Okay, there's not really anything that I wanted to bring up in particular, though, other than if any of you guys know what, of any, like, places where I could put this, aside from a book, Archive of Our Own, any webcomic things, those I already know of and I'm aware of, but if you have any other suggestions for where I could put this, feel free to let me know. I am on the Discord as Zombie Fangy. I'm on Desmond's Discord, you know, in case you want to plug it real quick. I'm there as Zombie Fangy. Feel free to DM me, and also be aware that if you DM me, I will unusually frequently send random YouTube shorts to you because I think that you'd like them and laugh at them. But if you're okay with that, feel absolutely free to DM me or at me with any resources about where I can put writing on the internet to share it with other people, because I would be happy to. I know fanfiction.net, I know Archive of Our Own, I know what. Aside from that, I don't really know much. That is all. Thank you so much for having me, Desmond. This has been a super fun experience.
Yeah, and thank you so much for being here. I enjoy just having you guys here.
I would not miss it for the world.
World Anvil said Tristy.
World Anvil.
Oh yeah, does World Anvil do that now?
Well, now I must look it up. World Anvil.
Yeah, World Anvil's really good.
It looks like a D&D thing. Oh, this has I am a writer. Let's see what this tab is. It'll take 20 minutes to load. Oh, yeah, this is a writing thing. This is very much a writing thing.
Yeah, okay. World Anvil's pretty good.
Okay, I will very heavily consider this, since this is... It looks like a D&D type thing, novelization of stuff, interactive map. Yeah, okay. This is definitely in a top candidate for where I'm going to post this. Alrighty.
Nice.
I'm just going to bookmark this real quick, actually. This is really good.
My mom told me to chase after things that, like, start running. Cosmo, no. Don't chase me. Don't chase Fangy.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me.
Oh, no.
But yeah, thank you so much for coming on today. It was really nice just getting a vibe with you and hear all this cool shit you come up with. Also, sorry for cussing so much. I don't know if other people cussing bothers you, but that's just who I am.
Nah, it's okay. Other people cussing does not bother me at all. That's why I follow you and constantly use my Prime on you. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, if you didn't already know, if you link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you can subscribe for absolutely free to your favorite Desmond Dracula. I'm like Dan, but I don't try to hide my following or the fact that I'm cute, because he's also very cute. Probably cuter than me.
He is very cute. He's not cuter than you. You're both cute. You stop that. No
That's
comparisons here.
Cute.
You're both adorable little beans.
You're still pretty cute too, though.
But yeah, you can keep this document. You can edit it however you need. This is yours to keep.
Am I allowed to show it off to other people?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Thank you.
But yeah, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna hop out of chat now, out of call. But thank you so much for hanging out today, and I'm glad I could help you. I hope I helped. And also
no, this was like super helpful. Thank you. Oh, and I'm glad. See ya, everybody. See ya, Desmond. See ya, chat. Bye bye.
Goodbye, Fangy. All right, that was cool. I'm gonna hop over here. The hat was just floating in the nebula. Fangy left his hat behind, oh no. Oh, and there he is, giving me a dance. I know! No, not the hat! But, yeah, thank you so much for being on today. That was fun as hell. Oh no, Tristy got hit by ads. Oh, we lost Tristy. But I'm gonna call it here. It's pretty late. I left so fast my hat couldn't keep up. You're great, Tristy, and thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So, we're going to go drop in on someone lovely to raid. Now, who do I want? Oh, is that Crim Crum? Hold up, that's Crim Crum! We dropping in on Crim Crum. You cannot stop me from simping for this man. He is awesome. Alright, so we're gonna go say hi to Crim Crum, because Crim Crum is fucking awesome, and I love him. So let's go raid him. Yeah, Fangy's got the right idea. Hell yeah, we're gonna go drop in on him. It looks like he's playing Pokemon Sword and Shield. Which, good game. Not the best game, but good game. Hi, Tristy! We're getting ready to raid! We're dropping in on Crimson Casualty. He's playing Pokemon Sword and Shield, or whichever version he has. It looks like he just started. He's only been going for an hour, so I will see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna be playing Hades. Now, I'm going to make a sad announcement. Leon's probably not gonna join me this Friday for Paper Mario. So instead of Paper Mario, I'm gonna be doing something a little special. Friday's gonna be something a little different, and hopefully it works out. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Hades. I want to actually see if I can beat it more than once. And Friday we're gonna do something a little fun. I'm so sorry he scared you guys. Well, yeah, he was like, I'm going to be non-existent. Alright, so, oh wait, raid messages. Copy that to let him know that it is tea time. If you do not have my shit, copy this instead. We're going. Alright, goodbye.